attacked by stone-pelting youth. The head of state urged Kenyans to shun divisive politics that fuel violence. Uhuru was speaking after attending a church service at Africa Inland Church Pipeline, where he was accompanied by Interior CS Fred Matiang'i, Defence CS Gino Mala, Education Cabinet Secretary George Magoha, among other senior government officials. Political aspirants, among them top contenders in the Machakos gubernatorial race, CCU party leader Nzioka Waita, Marvin Ndeti and Mavoko MP Patrick Macau were also in the event. The Kapsaret lawmaker Oscar Sudi and DSOI counterpart Caleb Kositanyi arrived at the Directorate of Criminal Investigation Officers in Nakuru Sunday afternoon to record a statement over the attack on Azimio La Umoja coalition presidential aspirant Raila Odinga on Friday in Uasin Gishu. The two joined Uasin Gishu County Assembly Speaker David Kiplagat, who made his way to the DCI regional offices early Sunday morning. The trio had been summoned by authorities, having been placed at the center of violence meted out on the former Prime Minister after the burial of renowned farmer and businessman, the late Jackson Kibor. Before making their way to the DCI, Sudi and Kositanyi maintained innocence, retreating that they had nothing to do with criminal acts that have made headlines the last 3 days. Now, Azimio La Umoja coalition presidential aspirant Raila Odinga is confident a majority of Kenyans will support his candidature and vote for him to become the country's fifth president, contrary to sentiments around his candidature and accusations that the state was keen to use all means to catapult him to State House. The ODM leader says the decision on who will occupy the country's highest office will be made by none other than Kenyans, and even though he is confident of his chances of beating his arch rival, Deputy President William Ruto, Odinga has promised to abide by the August poll outcome. Now, President Uhuru Kenyatta has asked leaders to conduct themselves in a manner that will allow Kenyans to live in peace regardless of their political affiliations. At the same time, the president called on Kenyans to live together in harmony and shun incitement from individuals out to disrupt the existing peace in the country. Now, Azimio La Umoja presidential flag bearer has assured residents of Turkana County of enhanced security, improved infrastructure, and expansion of the local economy that relies mostly on livestock keeping. Speaking in Alladwa town, Turkana County, Raila reiterated that if elected, he would change the face of the region into an economic zone. Azimio La Umoja presidential hopeful Raila Odinga led his party brigade to Alladwa in Turkana County on a vote hunting mission. And Principal Secretary, State Department for Petroleum Andrew Kamau now says that the long queues at petrol stations in several parts of the country is a temporary problem that will be resolved soon. In an interview with NTV, he said the long queues and incidences of filling stations running out of fuel have been caused by runs fueled by motorists who are shopping for petrol in bulk, making filling stations run out of their quarters. He added that the delay in subsidy settlement, which has hampered cash flow for some petroleum marketers, preventing them from purchasing new stocks, will be paid by tomorrow, Tuesday. And French President Emmanuel Macron has condemned the unbearable images of murdered civilians in the Ukrainian town of Muga and said Russian authorities must answer for the crimes. French Foreign Minister Jean-Yves Le Drian condemned in the strongest possible terms the actions of the Russian army, which could be, if confirmed, war crimes. France could come under greater pressure to accelerate weapon deliveries to Ukraine in the wake of the apparent execution of civilians and discovery of mass graves in Bucha, which has been taken back by Ukrainian troops. Macron has spoken repeatedly with Russian leader Vladimir Putin since the February 24th invasion of Ukraine and has been wary of provoking the Kremlin, calling deliveries of tanks or aircrafts to Ukraine red lines. Poland's Deputy Prime Minister Jaroslaw Kaczynski accused France and Germany of being too close to Russia. And finally, Newswire continues to urge all Kenyans to maintain peace, especially during this electioneering period as politicians go around campaigning. Remember, your friend, your neighbor has always been that. Love each other and be a patriotic citizen. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nyeri. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Spice FM. Spice up your life. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Monday morning, let's get into it and see what the roads look like today on Uhuru Highway, getting out into the city that's free and clear. Most of Nairobi streets are doing just that this morning. Free and clear without too much traffic at all. Where it is building up is on Jogo Road this hour. A little bit right at the roundabout as you head on towards Landis. Landis, however, getting towards the Kamkunji roundabout, you will not have a problem. Outer Ring looking good as well. The thicker superhighway is where it's starting to build up also, just past the Utali Drift and then out towards the Outer Ring Junction and even further beyond that. We're also seeing some movement on the Eastern Bypass. Apart from that, it looks like we're just waking up to Monday morning. Let's see what it falls out to be throughout the morning, and let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room,
and it's the fourth day of the fourth month of 2022. 9 minutes after 6. Good morning. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation, the Situation Room.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Fine, thank you.
How was it?
Specify this it.
It's everything.
It was good. Everything.
It was all good.
Everything, yes.
Perfect. City Muga is away this week.
I thought you were seeing him in your head.
He's taking that break. He's taking that what?
Break.
The break. Yes.
Did you do a walkabout? Mavuta.
Some things you don't do, but you have a time. My friend.
Not this time.
When he left you on Friday, remember I told you I need to fuel.
Yes.
Because my gauge was below quarter. And I was saying this is a weekend coming, and the problem that's been up country is coming slowly towards the city. So I decided, let me go and fuel. Out of Mombasa Road, Standard Group, I went, and Bellevue, there are two petrol stations. There's Ola and there's Rubis. One after the other, right? Ola guys, they just wave at you.
No thanks.
Like tusalimiane tukutenderesa. Tukutenderesa. Same thing. Next petrol station, they did the same. I went down.
Started beating.
Yeah, next to the South Sea, next to the CID training school, there's a Total. Same. They were waving at me like I'm a politician. Hey, tusalimiane. Wacha nione wapi bottom up. Where? Hey. Panic set in. Fortunately, on Langata Road, I got at a Shell petrol station and they had fuel, and there was no queue. I did my thing and I decided, you know what? This thing of deciding at your road trips just like that.
It's not happening. I'm bored. I'm on the road. Let's keep going. No.
Nothing. And for that reason, we will have a conversation with the duty bearer, the principal secretary in charge of petroleum at the Ministry of Petroleum and Mining, Andrew Kamau, will be here with us at 8 a.m. today. He will tell us what's happening, man.
What is going on?
What's going on? If the government should be giving the fuel subsidy money to the oil marketing companies, why are they not doing it? If the oil marketing companies have sufficient fuel in the stocks, if the Kenya pipeline depots have fuel, why is the fuel not getting to the stations?
And you know, this is beyond not having fuel in the tank. This is then that we already have transport fares having risen over the last 1 week. We then have people who are applying the cost of added transport fare to their goods and supplies. So people are buying the things that they already,
Yep.
a week, things that you would buy. There is the 50, 100 shillings already being added on top of that because of the scarcity of fuel. You know?
Just like that.
I mean,
Just like that. Delivery services, if you're talking about Uber, if you're talking about
your delivery rider guy.
your border guy, already things have gone up. People are traveling. Easter is coming up. There's a lot of travel that's expected. There's no fuel. What exactly is going on? So Andrew Kamau will be here with us at 8 o'clock to answer those questions. But before that, 7 o'clock, we'll have a conversation with the IEBC. The Vice Chairperson, Juliana Cherera, will be here in the studio. We'll be talking about the preparedness. This is a very critical month ahead of the elections because this is the month that political parties are doing their nominations. This and next month. And we are already seeing how nominations are being conducted or not.
Or not. No nominations.
Yes.
Just come.
But ahead of that also, what are the critical timelines? We also saw on, was it Friday or Saturday? Yeah, it was Friday when Okoh what's it called? Azimio La Umoja, One Kenya Party.
Yes.
So there are timelines such as those. If you want to register a coalition party, you also have timelines to do that. So all that is what Juliana Cherera will be telling us about, the Vice Chairperson of IEBC. Alongside her in the studio will be Director of Corporate Communications, Assistant Director from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Eric Ngumbi. Because when you're talking about nominations, we are talking about Chapter 6 and clearance of candidates. Are we going to have people who've stolen our country, robbed us dry, getting nominated?
Will be on the ballot.
And those ones will be cleared by EACC, and then they go to Juliana at IEBC and they get
further clearance.
And they get cleared.
And you will stand on that hall until you have reached the highest level of appeal and the judgment or ruling has been given. The person is still free to move about. And you know that there's some
this person is a thug.
Come on. What are we talking about?
Yeah. So we'll have that conversation. At 9, we also have another conversation. What happened over the weekend? A stoning of a helicopter that was carrying Raila Odinga in Eldoret over the weekend. And we've even seen the president reacted to that. This has already taken a new twist. The Makadara MP, George Alladwa, who is the ODM Nairobi branch chairman, I think the last I heard that was his other title as well, will be with us in the studio, and we'll be talking about that, having sane politics and campaigns during this season. So it's a packed morning, and we're glad that you're able to join us. Keep it locked throughout until 10 a.m. COVID, meanwhile.
Even with the new things happening, there's still COVID-19. 500 million cases is what the world is just peaking at. 491 million, 756, 539. Those are the numbers so far on the globe over the last 2 years of COVID-19. Let's take a look at what's happening in the country. 4 new cases from a sample size of 2,488 gives a positivity rate of 0.2%. 0 recorded deaths, still good numbers. And look, 10th of April is Sunday. which is the date that the CAS, Dr. Mercy Mwangangi told us, look, if by then we've not been able to do a further rollout, we're going to have to toss some more vaccines. And that's what's happening now. That about 1.8 million vaccines would have been chucked by the 10th of April if they have not been used. And we know that 1.8 million people have not been vaccinated since the day she said this. So unfortunately, that looks like it's going to happen. And we're barreling really quickly down that road. People not getting vaccinated, the big question is why? What is going on? Has the communication died down? Is it not important anymore as the world is opening up and, shutting down all these COVID, requirements? Then have people then said, well, if the world is shutting down, then I don't need this level of protection. Or what? Or what?
Yeah, what's the government communication as well on this particular issue?
Indeed.
Yeah. So we are live streaming the show on SpiceFM KE, YouTube and Facebook, in addition to being live on radio across the country, and also on our website, www.spicefm.co.ke. If you're online, say hello. We'll be doing the usual roll call shortly, 16 minutes after 6.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise.
Yeah! You're listening to Spice FM.
The group of leaders we are having now, these are just like the polymers. The chemical composition is the same.
Are you corruptible?
Hopefully not. And maybe that's part of the problem.
People who have done about 300 speeches and they're not saying anything. What makes you think that they will come in with something really dramatic?
Don't miss out on the latest from Kenya's biggest conversation. SMS TSR to 22840.
Clear conditions in Nairobi this morning at 16. We'll go to highs of 26 today. We'll see highs of 29 in Nakuru, where it's mostly clear at 13 and lows of just that. 13 degrees and clear in Eldoret, highs of 26 and lows of 10, while Nyeri is clear at 11. We'll go to highs of 25, back down to lows of 11. It's raining lightly in Mombasa at 25, highs of 33. We'll see highs of 33 in a clear Malindi, currently at 28. Kisumu is clear at 20, highs of 30 today, and we'll see highs of 33 in Kakamega, where it is clear at 17 and it'll come down to lows of 15. All right, Kampala is mostly clear this morning at 22, highs of 30 and lows of 20, while Dar es Salaam is clear at 24. We'll see highs of 33. It's raining in Johannesburg this morning at 14, highs of 16 and lows of 12, while in Lagos it's mostly clear for now at 27 with highs of 33 into Monday. Kinshasa will also see highs of 33. It'll be clear at the moment for some time at 24, down to lows of 23. Into Monday afternoon, Beijing is sunny at 17 and going to highs of 22 and lows of 8. Paris is bang on 0 and clear. We'll see highs of 11. 14 will be the high in a rainy London this morning, currently at 6. It's also 6 and mostly cloudy in New York Sunday night. It'll come into Monday with highs of 9 and lows of 5.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done
Yes,
right.
19 after
94.4
Mike
Spice
Aluda
FM,
says
Nairobi.
good morning. He's tuned in. He says from the Rift Valley. Very big valley. Good morning, folks. Tuning from Makwene County. That's where Odima Owino is. And Daniel Jamhuri says, locked in this morning. We see Humphrey Mboya says, good morning. Tuning from Nakuru. Victor says, hello this morning. And Sky says, good morning, Eric. Regards to CT. Indeed, CT, your regards have been given to you. Mm-hmm. Robert Bogo says, tuned in from Kinamba in Laikipia County. And Mark Chilongo this morning is tuned in from, could be Zimbabwe, Zambia. Looks like Zambia. Chilongo also. Yes, looks like Zambia. MCR, Moli Kimanzi, you're back to Nyali this morning. Good morning to you. And Collins Kiptai Kipsat says he's tuned in and says, good morning, my people. It is Monday. Thanks for joining us.
everybody. Okay, time for the day's proverb. Yeah. And because I am sitting in for City Muga on this, today we are in Malawi.
Oh no, we moved to Malawi.
Yes.
We were in Namibia.
We're moving up. We are in Malawi. Okay, so let me pick this one. As a child is a man wrapped in his mother's womb. As an adult, in tradition, come death, and he is wrapped in earth. As a child is a man wrapped in his mother's womb. As an adult, in tradition, come death, and he is wrapped in earth.
That's really deep.
Like Sindio, eh?
Sheesh.
Like, where do you even begin to interpret this particular proverb?
Good Lord.
Ish,
Okay.
Chikwera. What does it mean?
As a child wrapped in mother's womb.
As a child is a man wrapped in his mother's womb. As an adult, wrapped in tradition. Come death, wrapped in earth.
Okay.
You always have something around you
That is,
throughout your life.
Yeah. There's always something. Birth, life, death. Okay. Okay. You've taken us to the depths. This
I
morning.
think what they're trying to emphasize here is that as an adult, you need to follow tradition.
Or at least be aware of them.
See, there was the other two. The other two, you have a choice. You don't have a choice.
You don't have a choice, yeah.
Yeah. So this is the one. So in this one, you've got to remember that you are wrapped in tradition.
Or at least be aware that tradition is important.
Yep. And same way as if you get out of your mother's womb as a baby, it means death.
Yeah.
Same way, you cannot really get out of the earth that surrounds you when you're dead.
When you're dead.
You don't have a choice.
It'll
when it
take
comes
you
to
back.
tradition. You don't have a choice. So let's look at the newspaper headlines here, okay? Remember www.standardmedia.co.ke, all the premium content. Let me tell you what's in the premium content now being advertised this week. Behind the glamour of sports stars. When you wish you were not that famous, but just that random guy. So it's basically looking at the sports personalities who go and they, win some big races. And then what happens? And then they come back with a lot of money. And what happens? Everything about them changes. Yeah. Behind the glamour of sports stars.
Fleeting.
Yes.
Well, all right then.
What are you looking at in the papers?
Well, I mean, on the front page of the Standard, Raila attack. MPs are being grilled. The DCI summons 3 politicians to shed light on the incident that has shown the spotlight on election-related violence. The president condemns the incident, says all aspirants should be free to campaign in any part of the country. Of course, we saw that when that happened, everybody was up in arms. We also saw an apology that came from the DP, William Ruto. We saw also that several MPs from the area came out and said, look, obviously we condemn this act. We don't expect such a thing to happen, right? So just looking at the details of that story that's then carried on page 8 of the Standard. 3 North Rift leaders were yesterday questioned in connection with Friday's attack on ODM leader Raila Odinga in Soy, Uasin Gishu. In an incident that has shown a spotlight on election-related violence, during the incident, a helicopter carrying the Azimio La Umoja, there it is, Azimio La Umoja 1 Kenya.
Political party.
Yes, presidential hopeful, was pelted with stones, compelling the pilot to abort takeoff. MPs Caleb Kostani of Soy, Oscar Sudi Kapseret, and the Speaker of Uasin Gishu County Assembly, Mr. David Kiplagat, presented themselves to the Rift Valley Regional Directors of Criminal Investigations Office to shed light on how the attack was planned and coordinated. Okay? At 5:11, the 3, together with their allies, told journalists that their phones had been confiscated to aid in the investigations. Even as the politicians were being questioned, President Uhuru Kenyatta condemned incidents of violence in political rallies. He said political competition should not be taken as enmity and a basis of triggering violence, since every aspirant has a right to campaign in any part of the country. Odinga had attended the burial of businessman Jackson Kibor when his helicopter was pelted by rowdy youth, and one of his vehicles was also stoned. The president also urged leaders to be tolerant and let competitors sell their agenda to every corner of the nation peacefully. He warned young people against being used to disrupt peace ahead of the next election. Already, 17 have been arrested in connection with Friday incident. Yesterday, Mr. Kostani blamed the Friday attack on a few politicians who he accused of ferrying youth to disrupt public gatherings. So he said, look, you guys are the ones who brought them here. And those are the ones that probably did this. Okay. On whether they had disclosed to the detectives the details on the people behind the attack, Mr. Sudi said the police already had enough evidence to trace the suspects. If there was anything that was planned, it was up to them to find them. Kiplagat disputed claims that the attack was pre-planned, saying Mr. Odinga arrived for the funeral when most leaders had already left. The UDA and Kenya Kwanza presidential hopeful Deputy President William Ruto on Saturday also apologized over the incident and asked police to take action against those responsible. Yesterday, Rift Valley Regional Criminal Investigation Officer Mwendo Mweme said his officer had confiscated the mobile phones of the 3 politicians and investigations are continuing.
It's just another of those, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm saying it's one of those where this will end nowhere. This one.
In the next couple of days.
Statements, they've been summoned, statements. Bas,
and then it'll be labelled as unfortunate.
Yes, it'll be, yes.
Yeah.
The president yesterday went to church. He was at the AIC Pipeline Church in Nairobi, and he spoke about this same issue. And he said, you know what, that was really, really unfortunate. There's no need for violence. We want a country where we see each other not as enemies, but as brothers and sisters. Why are you stoning a helicopter carrying Baba? How will that help you? Kenyatta said no one applied to be born in a certain region, tribe, or with a certain complexion, and there was no need to incite a community against any leader or turn elections into a matter of life and death. He must have a lot of information because now he's brought in the anger of communities, turning against others. The president has intelligence. So he said, whatever was happening there, if it had gone through, it would have been very catastrophic for the country. The president said the Raila attack, if it had succeeded, it could have burned the nation.
He's alluding to the fact that there could still be very high tension.
Yeah. It's the I don't know. Let's wait.
Alluding to the idea. Let me not say fact.
It's the idea.
Yes.
Still, the front page of the Standard, the photo. It's a big, nice photo here. Motorists wait for their turn to fuel at a Shell petrol station on the Nakuru-Nairobi highway yesterday as a nationwide fuel shortage entered its 4th day. This picture, you can see borders queuing on one section of the pump. I think that's where they've been directed. And then small motorists, private vehicles here. The others are matatus on the other side. Big one. The Nation headline. Where is the fuel? Long, winding queues running into the dead of the night are becoming increasingly common in petrol stations across the country as a fuel shortage threatens to spiral into a full-blown crisis, paralyzing the transport sector and drowning economic activities that had just started recovering after restrictions and lockdowns. Who's to blame? And is the country slowly grinding to a halt? They have given it coverage on pages 2, 3, 4, and 5. The Standard has coverage on this on page 4. And the whole issue is, so where is the fuel? Page 2 and 3 of the Nation has the photos of people queuing, border riders with jerry cans, motorists also queuing, others just sitting there saying, I've been waiting for long hours before I get fuel. And then there's the story on page 4, Genesis of the fuel crisis. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, IPRA, said on Friday that the country has 80,766 cubic meters of petrol. That's enough to last 9 days, and 217,000 cubic meters of diesel, sufficient for 22 days. Kenya Pipeline, the state entity charged with ensuring there's steady supply of fuel, on Saturday said the country has enough fuel stocks and that ships are waiting at the dock to offload more supplies. KPC would like to confirm that there are ample stocks of petroleum products in our system throughout the country to meet demand, KPC Managing Director Mashari Rongo said. This then begs the question, why are petrol stations running out of fuel? He is putting the blame on the delays in the disbursement of the fuel subsidy cash by the Ministry of Petroleum and the National Treasury. Since October, the government has kept the fuel prices stable by cutting the margins and giving us a subsidy. So the subsidy is, well, every time we buy a litre of fuel, there's money that is levied.
Yes.
It should go into a subsidy.
Yes.
This subsidy, let's be clear, is not ring-fenced. So when it goes to the National Treasury, Treasury does not know hii shilingi ni ile ya mafuta, hii shilingi Treasury knows shilingi imeingia. They are then supposed to be passing on the subsidy as cash to the oil marketing companies, because oil marketing companies, this is the only margin that they have.
Yes.
If the oil
Otherwise,
marketing
they would just
companies
be bringing in fuel and selling. That's it. No profit, nothing.
Yes.
Right.
Now, since they're not getting the subsidy, the oil marketing company is saying that they are running out of operating cash.
Yes.
Because every litre of fuel that they're selling at the current retail price has no margin for them. They are supposed to be making their money by getting the money from the government. Where, my friend? They have not been receiving money from the government. So the question I will be asking Andrew Kamau, the PS, is why are they not receiving the money from the government? There are several reports that they are owed 13 billion shillings. Other reports from oil marketing company insiders who say it's upwards of 30 billion shillings. Now, if an industry is short of 30 billion shillings operating cash,
It's on its knees, man.
it collapses.
Yeah, absolutely. But the worrying question is where
Where's the
money gone? Because by virtue of the fact that you purchase fuel, you as a Kenyan, the next person, anybody, you purchase fuel,
Yep.
that money has gone.
Yep.
So then, as you said, Treasury doesn't know whether this has come from levy, whether this is for that's fine. However, they are aware
That there is a fund. Yes.
There is a fund through which now the oil marketers must be paid.
Yep.
Where is the money? Because that is what is causing all of this problem.
Wapi pesa? Where is the money? The president yesterday spoke about it when he was in that church in Pipeline. He mentioned the war in Ukraine and said, tunaomba watu wa Ukraine na Russia waache vita ndio iache kutu affect sisi hapa.
Hakuna. Excuse me. Uganda, which is a landlocked country,
Yes,
Rwanda,
yes.
their fuel passes through Kenya.
Yes.
How do you want to explain that they don't have fuel shortages?
Yes.
If we're talking about Ukraine and Russia.
You need to blame it on Russia. There are very many issues here that we'll be discussing with the PS. There's also the issue of tax. Why is the fuel in Kenya so expensive anyway? It's because close to 50% of the pump price is actually taxes and levies. So
I think you can do an entire hour of asking one question.
Yes.
Where is the money?
Where is the money?
You don't have to ask anything else.
It's 27 minutes to 7. Let's take this quick break. Take a look at the traffic. We'll be looking at other newspaper headlines shortly. Good morning.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic
Make
ballads.
some noise.
You're listening to Spice FM.
The Board of Governors, Principal, and the entire staff of PC Kenyanjui Technical Training Institute wish to invite all graduates who qualify for the award of Artisan, Craft, and Diploma Certificate during 2018 to 2021 academic years to the Institute's 6th graduation ceremony. The ceremony will be held on Friday, 8th April 2022 from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Institute's grounds. The chief guest will be Dr. Margaret W. Mwakima, Principal Secretary, State Department of Vocational and Technical Training, Ministry of Education. For more information on PC Kenyanjui Technical Training Institute, visit www.kenyanjuitechnical.ac.ke. PC Kenyanjui Technical Training Institute, excellence in technology.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and
All right, on Ombaso
nostalgic
this morning, just coming out towards General Motors, slows down a little bit. On the other side of the road, remember, construction continues for that toll station there. And so that's where you're seeing the clog of traffic right around the Maradima. It's looking all right on Langata Road today, and also Raila Odinga Way, then going towards Ngong Road. Not too much of an issue here at all. Where you see the most action on the eastern side of the city is Jogo Road, then heading out towards Landis and the Kamkunji roundabout. We are looking at bumper-to-bumper action now on the Thika Superhighway, just heading towards the Pangani underpass. It's also building up on Kiambu Road as you then approach Muthaiga Square. Coming out of Westlands, not too bad right now. We'll keep an eye on things. Waiyaki Way, though, inbound, we are seeing some traffic, and it looks all right on James Gishuru. It does get sticky. You think about using the Red Hill Link Road. Let's talk in a while and see what happens when we get into traffic hour, shall we? Try to keep things moving this morning. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Spice FM, Malindi. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4
All right,
Spice
24%.
FM, Nairobi.
Okay, so
Yeah.
here we go. There was always been this debate about automation of certain processes in the country, and then essentially what it would do to the thousands of Kenyans then who depend on the manual jobs. Automated tea sales actually now is looking like a boost to farmers, not exactly in the same not exactly in the same idea or based on the same idea, but just another boost to the farm sector. And that's in the Standard today on page 21. So let me give you the details of that. It's always been that, okay, so people are having a very difficult time. How are they going to get through it?
Yes.
Automated tea auction now will boost earnings and ensure transparency. The Mombasa tea auction has been fully automated to boost efficiency and transparency. The East Africa Tea Trade Association, which runs the auction, said that the new integrated tea trading system costed 230 million shillings. The automation was funded by the Danish International Development Agency, Danida, through the trademark East Africa. Chairman Arthur Sewe said that automation of the auction will reduce the period in which the tea trading cycle as well as direct costs associated with the auction process. The project automated the manual processes along the tea value chain, and stakeholders hope it will enhance tea volumes traded at the auction and productivity. He said it will ensure availability and access to tea trade data in a timely, reliable, accurate, and verifiable manner. When fully implemented, it will significantly reduce the need for physical presence or representation. It will simplify the tea trading process, reducing, among other things, the learning curve for the new entrants into the tea sector and streamlining of processes. He did note that the automation will contribute to an increase in the income of farmers, even in the event that prices remain constant. He explained that the digital platform will enable tea packers to effectively participate in the auction and enhance the opportunities for marketing and selling value-added teas. He noted that the proposed development of a multi-hall auction will aid in improving the automation process and reduce the auction days from 3 to 1 or 2. Right? So the Kenya Tea Development Agency expressed hope that smallholder farmers will gain following the automation of the auction. And I think one of the things that you see here with the automation is that you remove middlemen. And maybe now that is now what has not come out clearly here, is that the middlemen, unfortunately, have eaten into, quite often, the margins that the farmers would ordinarily get. So you can hear them saying here publicly, with this new system, we're removing that element. So it is you direct farmer to auction. You can see, and I thought of the things that they said here. One of the things was that you would have a timely, reliable, accurate, and verifiable way of seeing what happens with your tea as it then goes from farm to auction and then into sale. So it looks like it will be a boost. I just hope that the system.
Remember the time when the president in Mombasa issued that statement and said, let's actually do a crackdown on the tea industry. He compared Kenya with Bangladesh and said, look, Bangladesh is making a lot of money from value addition. Us guys are just selling our tea just like that. Ivo Tufwa. There hasn't been much talk about value addition. No. We are still talking about the tea auction. We are talking about selling.
We're just talking about selling tea.
The leaf itself. what's the conversation on value addition? How far is that conversation going? Because if you don't raise that conversation at that level, then we are still dealing with a big issue.
We're only just talking about the opportunities that exist for value add, even with this new system. That is just the opportunity that exists. But in terms of now moving into it, it doesn't make sense, for example, that 80% of the flavored teas that you see on the shelves today, actually their basic content is Kenyan tea, but it has gone out of the country and then comes back onto the Kenyan shelves. Why can that not be done from source?
Yeah.
So unfortunately, the opportunities are still being looked at. We have not heard anything in terms of, these companies have actually begun. This is what the chain would look like.
There's a story here. So, KCSE, marking of the KCSE exams is set to begin shortly. But let's just look back at KCPE again, because there's more reports coming out of the just released 2021 exam. 11,523 candidates did not sit the test. 11,523 KCPE candidates did not sit the test. This is given coverage in both the Nation and the Standard, okay? And CS Goha said 5 counties had the highest number of missing KCPE candidates. These were Nairobi, Bungoma, Nakuru, Meru, and Turkana, accounting for most of these 11,000 missing students. Why are the students missing? Although this number is a drop from the 12,424 who failed to sit the test in 2020, it's still a trend that is worrying. Where are the 11,000? What happened to them? In 2019, at least 5,530 missed the exams in 2019. Then you see in 2020, it jumps to 12,000. 2021, it's 11,000. Players in the education sector are demanding to know why so many candidates are missing the exam, with the situation being worse in the last 2 years. Some experts are blaming it on the registration of candidates, which is normally done before the examination. We need to register candidates during the examination year, not a year before the scheduled time of the tests. There's a likelihood that some candidates may drop out of school due to pregnancies or early marriages, among other factors. This according to KUPPET Secretary General Akello Misori. Misori noted that early marriages, child labor, teenage pregnancy are among the factors that are leading to the increasing number of absentee candidates. According to the Kenya National Examinations Council, NEC, those candidates are registered for KCPE where they are still in Standard 7. And they argue that this gives them ample time to plan. When we register them in Standard 7, we expect that they are also going into Standard 8 and they'll sit the exam. So we don't expect a dropout. Now, when you have an 11,523 missing candidates, it raises a question, so what has happened to them? What is it that could be happening to? Why would so many children?
And we don't know if they have this tally, they have this number. I don't know if they've done the due diligence then to find out the reason why some of them may have dropped out. I mean, I know, like we talked about, there was the whole child pregnancy issue. Quite a number of students dropped out of school because of that. But we looked at them dropping out of school completely. But we're saying that specifically 11,000 did not write an exam. So what are the reasons for this? Not being able to register. Did we have people then who moved from where they were? We know that floods affected people at some point. We know that drought has affected people at another point. Insecurity is another issue. The pregnancy, of course, still continues to be an issue. Lack of school fees. So you have children who did not pay school fees. So they did not attend school. So obviously then they did not sit the exam. But I think it is absolutely necessary to give the different factors and put them in numbers. 5,000 did not attend because of this. 150 did not attend because of this.
Yep.
Because if you just put it 11,000, that's a big chunk, man.
It's very many.
Yes.
It's very
in
many.
In a year, absolutely.
And it's very possible to find out exactly what's happened to them. Because the pupils are registered by their school heads.
Yes.
So by the time of going to sit an exam, the school head already knows that so-and-so, such and such a student who was here in Standard 7 is not around to sit the exam. So you can tell, so what has happened to this child? Is it all these things that, and you see the teachers' unions are speaking the same language, because even NAT Secretary General Collins Oyu says prolonged school closure due to the outbreak of COVID-19 also affected many school-going children. Some parents married off their children. For some, they face cruelty at home. Because of this, some disappear and others opt to live with relatives who may not be keen to take them back to school. So there's that whole issue of, because of COVID, very many things happened. Because of COVID, people moved out of their homes. Because of COVID, some children now had to become breadwinners. Because of COVID, very many things happened. But was the government not aware?
This is it.
Was there no way that the education ministry could have known that, okay, so these are the students who's registered for the exam. As we are heading into third term, these are the students who are likely to sit this exam.
No, I don't think they did not know. I just think that maybe there's been a little bit of laxity here. Because you remember when schools were opening after the long break because of COVID, we heard from the ministry, and what did he say specifically? He used the ngaos and said, everybody go back to school. It doesn't matter what is wrong. It doesn't matter if you don't have school fees. It doesn't matter if you were pregnant and then had your child. It doesn't matter. He had people literally going to homes and saying, come out, go to school. So then if there was a reason why children are not being able to sit exams, it would not be difficult for them to find out.
They would know. I mean, the entire management of the education sector should be able to tell us. Even the 5,000 that didn't sit in 2019, by now we should be knowing. So this 5,000 didn't sit. Tell us, 5 of them died. And then these others, this is what happened to them.
Sure.
At this point, these ones had moved out of their, normal homes. You should be able to know.
It's too large and too significant of a number to gloss over. Because if we're saying 11,500, do we realize that that's just under half the number of students who would attend national schools?
It's about the same number of students that got 400 and above.
Yeah, exactly. It's a huge number.
It's a very huge number.
So, I mean,
some of them,
ignored.
It's not that none of these children wanted to learn. There are other factors.
Absolutely.
And just because those other factors would expose the government for what it has failed to do, those other factors, most of them are social factors.
Right.
You'll find children have left school and they're now working somewhere. They have gone into labor.
Yeah.
So why are children becoming laborers? It's because they've got to supplement parental income at home. They've got to be breadwinners as well. Why is that happening? It's because people have lost their livelihoods.
There's nothing.
There's something else. Parents had to marry off their daughters. Why are they marrying off their daughters? To reduce the number of mouths that they have to feed. And you can't just look at it, when that NGO speak and say, early marriages are because it's evil men who are married. Look, there's something that's happening in a community.
It's true.
By the time a mother decides and a father, they decide, okay, so let's marry off this daughter. Let's just send this daughter to this other homestead.
You're guaranteed that she's being fed.
Yep.
You're not really looking at anything else but her upkeep at some point. Of course, there are many reasons why people, but I could see that. I can see that why you say, look, then I don't have to worry that she would go hungry.
Yep.
Because you also have the promise from those who've taken her that they would take care of her.
Yep.
Man.
And you've gotten something to feed these others that have been left. Now, the worrying bit is that a majority of these who miss KCPE are Nairobi students, Nairobi pupils. What's happening? Isiolo, okay? NGO speak again, Isiolo, early marriages, prevalence of, Isiolo had the lowest number of missing students. Out of 4,053 registered KCPE candidates in Isiolo County, only 26 failed to sit for the exam. Okay?
Interesting.
In Nairobi, we are talking about a huge number. Nairobi topped the list with 863 missing candidates. Bungoma 682, Nakuru 561, Meru 644, Turkana 589, Kakamega 583, Trans Nzoia 524.
Nairobi was?
863. 863 pupils in Nairobi. So we can look at very many other factors.
Interesting.
By the time they were in Standard 7, they were going to school in Nairobi. Parents had to move out of Nairobi. Cost of living, blah, 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 blah. So what happened?
What happened?
When they went back to Shags, were the kids able to go to school in Shags? Maybe not. And that's what maybe Collins Oyu is talking about. Some people were taken to go and live with their relatives. Their relatives are not keen on taking this child to school.
So they just leave them there or ask them to help around.
Yep.
Exactly. So even if they did move, so there could be a significant number of those for whom the bother was just not made.
Yeah, it's just,
You're here, just
Yep.
stay here. I'm not going to bother to deal with
But the
that.
government failed to notice this.
Absolutely.
And the government is now just issuing statistics. 11,000 children are not statistics. They have not sat KCPE. What does that mean?
If you know
They're
that
not even able
yeah.
to go into vocational training.
Exactly. If you know that there are 800 in Nairobi, for example, then you should be able to know the reasons why they have not gone. And then, beyond just knowing the reasons why, can we do something about it?
Yeah.
Okay, well, even as we look at education, so this, I feel like I can't run away from this direct nomination issue.
Yeah.
So anxiety seems to be gripping ODM as aspirants are worried about the direct tickets. Confusion continues to mar the ODM nominations at the coast after some aspirants were handed direct tickets in Nairobi amid protests by rival camps. In Mombasa County, gubernatorial aspirant Suleiman Shabal and his allies yesterday demanded free and fair primaries and rejected consensus being fronted by the ODM National Elections Board. The primaries were set for today, but have been postponed to allow time for further consultations as anxiety heightens in the Shabal and Mvita MP Abdul Somad Nasir camps. In Taita Taveta County, several ODM aspirants for various elective petitions have been given direct tickets. Those who have benefited from direct tickets did not have any opponents to be subjected to in the primaries. Okay. Mm-hmm. In Kilifi County, there was confusion in Malindi as supporters of politicians from various political parties want nominations carried out, while others want their candidates given direct tickets. Mm-hmm. Those in support of direct tickets argue that their leaders have been loyal to their parties, hence no need to subject them to party primaries. Meanwhile, in the Pamoja African Alliance, did you know there was such a thing? Party associated with the Kilifi governor, Amason King.
Yes.
Yeah. Associated with Kilifi Governor Amason Kingi, supporters want their candidates given direct tickets because they're saying, hey, what's good for the goose in Nairobi is good for the gander in the coast.
Wait.
Mm-hmm.
So PAR supporters are saying that we do not want to go for primaries. You give those guys the direct tickets.
Yes.
Explain.
They said the supporters want their candidates given direct tickets. Why should you have to subject our candidates to this primary nomination,
blah, blah, blah.
No. Just give direct. And as you give, it's okay. We'll accept, we are fine. Others are saying, now this is on the other side, saying, you know what? If you've done it in Nairobi, then you might as well do it here if we're uncontested. Others are saying, absolutely not. Excuse me. We have come into this thing to be able to duke it out on the party level. Let's duke it out. Don't start this business of direct nominations. If the individual is uncontested, that is different. But within the party, we have 2 or 3 people who have thrown their hats into the ring. No, man. Let's get on the ropes. This direct ticket nomination story, we're not interested. We don't want.
Because these are now the would-be voters saying, no, give these people direct tickets.
In one part, yes. So we had the conversation about folks going in the independent way. Over the next 1 week, watch and see how many people are going to go independent because of this nonsense. Because people are looking and saying, wait a minute, maybe I was in a government position. I resigned by the 9th of whenever month. Then I've come now to present myself before my party for nomination. And then you just give it to somebody else. Is that what is going to happen across board? So why did I bother?
So why is Sumbua me?
Why? I would have just continued doing my thing. I can to an extent understand why you would give it when an individual for your party is uncontested. But then this raises fears for some folks that you might do the same.
In some cases also it's important. Well, we see there is negotiated democracy, calling all the candidates. Remember, that's what in fact ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna told us here. In some cases they'll call in the candidates and tell them, we have conducted several opinion polls.
See what they're
and
saying.
This candidate is basically leading in all of them.
So just give it.
And the lead has been increasing. So let's do this, okay? Let's not waste each other's time. Let's give this person the ticket. The rest of you, please support this one. This is the winning candidate. But now, in these cases that we are seeing, for example, in Homa Bay, we have not heard anything like negotiated democracy.
No.
It's sort of like an arm twist.
Somebody's hand was just put.
If you look at what the ODM chairman, John Buddy, is saying, I would have wanted to, I really had a passion.
I decided I wanted to focus on the campaign and support Baba.
Homa Bay has really gotten the short end of the stick in the last 9 years, and I thought that this was my opportunity to come and serve because I am not like the others. I wanted to, but
just give her.
The party has decided. Sasa mimi nani?
I'm
Meanwhile,
twisting.
Kidero has said, okay, he's going to vie as an independent.
And that's what is going to happen. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah. The other side, Wiper. With barely 10 days to the Wiper primaries, party leader Kalonzo Musyoka is walking a tightrope after his allies who are eyeing Kitui and Machakos county governor seats failed to agree on how to approach the polls. Months of concerted efforts to broker a deal between former Kitui Governor Julius Malombe and Kiama Kilonzo, a former Kenyan envoy to Uganda, who are eyeing the Wiper ticket for the gubernatorial race, have failed. Similar standoff in Machakos, pitting former Transport Chief Administrative Secretary Wavinya Ndeti and Mavoko MP Patrick Makau. He's rocking the region's most popular poetry. While launching his bid for governor on Saturday, Dr. Malombe told residents to vote out Governor Charity Ngilu. Malombe lost to Ngilu in 2017. So even apart from Kilonzo, his challengers include former Kitui Senator David Musila, former Nairobi Deputy Governor Jonathan Mweke, who's in UDA. Musila is in Jubilee. Okay? Wiper has two people, Malombe and Kiama Kilonzo in Kitui. Now Kalonzo is wondering, now what do we do?
Are they not all Azimio at the end of the day?
All of them, apart from Jonathan Mweke, who's in
apart
UDA,
from Mweke, yeah,
are all Azimio.
So now the question, of course, that is coming in their minds is, wait, if this direct nomination thing is going to happen and all of us are here.
Ngilu is in Azimio with Anak.
Yeah.
Okay? Musila with Jubilee, Azimio. Whoever comes from Wiper, Azimio. Then Mweke is there, alone.
Waiting for them to decide.
This one is going to be an interesting one. Before we just get off here, remember we talked about the Salaries and Remuneration Commission categorizing places where civil servants go out and how much per diem they should get. And hoteliers in Naivasha were like, come on.
How do you
now, because Nakuru is a city, Nakuru now is like a big city, people are earning more. So public servants are opting to go for meetings in Nakuru and avoiding Naivasha.
Yes.
So Naivasha was suffering. Now, SRC has agreed to review the allowances payable to civil servants who attend events in Naivasha. SRC has agreed to review this pay after an outcry by the local hoteliers who lamented lack of business. Last Monday, SRC met county officials led by Governor Lee Kinyanjui together with hospitality sector players at the Lake Naivasha Resort with a view to unlocking this stalemate. They said, we've listened to hoteliers' grievances and we will review the decision, but it must be done within the law. Malindi and Diani were also affected by the decision to review per diem rates for public service officers. This is according to Commissioner John Munyoncho. So Naivasha, maybe, hopefully.
But just wait.
Yeah, but we have to go according to the law.
We wait and we see.
We have to go according to the law. So, talking about smiling and making children smile. Yes. And a lot of work that's been done by Colgate in across the country in making sure that at least children can smile. Children all around Kenya rely on water from unsafe sources. Colgate is asking you to help change this. Just a little water can make a big difference. For every pack of Colgate that we buy exclusively at Naivas, you help us build 30 water wells that will provide clean water to 120,000 Kenyans, giving a helping hand. Shop at your nearest Naivas store or online at naivas.co.ke. So basically what they're saying is there's a lot of work that they've been doing, going to those marginalized areas of the country and helping to provide water to communities that are vulnerable.
Right.
And every time you go to Naivas and buy Colgate, you are helping to build 30 water wells that could benefit 120,000 Kenyans.
It's brilliant.
It's a good thing to do, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's a good thing to do. So go to the Colgate Kenya Facebook page or wellboring.colgate.com. Terms and conditions will apply on this particular one. Keep it here for more conversations. Coming up in the next hour, we talk about the August 9 general election. The timelines and preparations that are up ahead of it. We'll have the IEBC Vice Chairperson in the studio and also a representative from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. Good morning, 7 a.m.
Good morning, this is Newswell Dennis Aseto. President Uhuru Kenyatta has called upon Kenyans and politicians to maintain peace ahead of the August polls, while condemning last Friday's incident where ODM leader Raila Odinga's chopper was attacked by stone-pelting youth. The head of state urged Kenyans to shun divisive politics that fuel violence. Uhuru was speaking after attending a church service at African Inland Church Pipeline, where he was accompanied by Interior CS Fred Matiang'i, Defence CS Eugene Malo, Education CS George Magoha, among other senior government officials. Political aspirants, among them top contenders in the Machakos gubernatorial race, CCU party leader Nzio Kawaida, Wavinya Ndeti and Mavoko MP Patrick Makau were also in the event. These, as the head of state asked leaders to conduct themselves in a manner that will allow Kenyans to live in peace regardless of the political affiliation. The head of state asked Kenyans to live together in harmony and shun incitement from individuals out to disrupt the existing peace in the country. The head of state, he was in Pipeline, where he also opened a new tuition block at the AIC Pipeline Academy before joining worshippers for a church service. Now, Kapsaret lawmaker Oscar Sudi and Soy MP Caleb Kositany arrived at the Directorate of Criminal Investigation Officers in Nakuru yesterday to record statements of the attack of Azimio la Umoja coalition presidential aspirant Raila Odinga on Friday in Uasin Gishu. The two joined Uasin Gishu County Assembly Speaker David Kiplagat, who made his way to the DCI regional offices. The trio had been summoned by authorities, having been placed at the center of violence meted out on former Prime Minister after the burial of renowned farmer and businessman, the late Jackson Kibor. Before making their way to DCI, Sudi and Kositany maintained innocence, retweeting that they had nothing to do with the criminal acts that have made headlines the last 3 days. Now, Azimio la Umoja presidential flag bearer Raila Odinga has assured residents of Turkana County of enhanced security, improved infrastructure and expansion of the local economy that relies mostly on livestock keeping. Speaking in Alladwa town, Turkana County, Raila retweeted that if elected, he would change the face of the arid region into an economic zone. Azimio la Umoja presidential hopeful Raila Odinga led his party brigade to Alladwa in Turkana County on a vote hunting mission. Raila pledged to prioritize key sectors in the region such as health, security, road networks and livestock if elected in the August 9th polls. This, as Raila remains confident that a majority of Kenyans will support his candidature and vote for him to become the country's fifth president, contrary to sentiments around his candidature and accusations that the state was keen to use all means to catapult him to State House. The ODM leader says the decision on who will occupy the country's highest office will be made by none other than Kenyans. Now, Principal Secretary, State Department for Petroleum Andrew Kamau says that the long queues at petrol stations in several parts of the country is a temporary problem that will be resolved soon. In an interview with NTV, he said the long queues and incidents of filling stations running out of fuel have been caused by runs fueled by motorists who are shopping for fuel in bulk, making filling stations run out of quarters. He added that the delay in subsidy settlement, which has hampered cash flow for some petroleum marketers, preventing them from purchasing new stocks, will be paid by tomorrow, Tuesday. And French President Emmanuel Macron has condemned the unbearable images of murdered civilians in the Ukrainian town of Bucha, and Russian authorities must answer for the crimes. French Foreign Minister Yves Le Drian condemned in the strongest possible terms the action of the Russian army, which could be, if confirmed, war crimes. France could come under greater pressure to accelerate weapons deliveries to Ukraine in the wake of the apparent execution of civilians and discovery of mass graves in Bucha, which has been taken back by Ukrainian troops. Macron has spoken repeatedly with Russian leader Vladimir Putin since the February 24th invasion of Ukraine and has been wary of provoking the Kremlin, calling deliveries of tanks or aircrafts to Ukraine red lines. Poland's Deputy Prime Minister Jarosław Kaczynski accused France and Germany of being too close to Russia. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, building up on Uhuru Highway this morning, getting into the city via getting in the city and then onto Westlands. Quite some traffic this morning, and that happens like, swish of the tail, and quite some building up on Jogo Road as well, looking at in and outbound traffic, quite heavy there. Coming on to Lunga Lunga industrial area, that whole circuit, we're looking at quite some. The Thika Superhighway, bumper to bumper, and it's stretching 4 kilometers way past that outer ring junction. And Kiambu Road also has started to build up right now. Coming out of Westlands, that continues. We're likely to see that action around Chiromo. That's particular spot that has been causing some issues because of the construction going on there. So watch out for that. The Eastern Bypass may not be your best bet if you're looking to run away from the traffic that comes off Mombasa Road. You want to think twice about that. The Southern Bypass, however, free and clear, gives you an option to get into the city. Langata Road, not looking bad at all. There's an option for you to use this morning. So think about that. Coming off Mombasa Road, we will see that action around Imaradaima, in and outbound because of the construction that continues. Let's see what happens when we get into traffic hour. For now, it doesn't look too bad. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
All right, it's 7 minutes after 7 on the 4th day of the 4th month, 2022. Welcome to Monday. Happy April. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, the second hour of the show. We want to talk about August 9th, elections, the preparedness for this. We know this is nominations month and political parties are either doing nominations or doing nominations. They're allowed by law to do direct or indirect nominations. We also know that this is a time for coalitions to register themselves if they'd like to become a coalition political party. This is also the time. What are the deadlines for this? It's important for us to know this. What are the deadlines for people submitting their nomination certificates to the IEBC? And what are the requirements for people to submit their nominations to the IEBC? We know one of them is Chapter 6 of the Constitution, which is on leadership and integrity. There's a Leadership and Integrity Act. There's all this requirement that people need to pass a certain threshold for them to be cleared to vie for the election. What is that threshold? Joining us in the studio this morning is Eric Ngombe. He's the head of corporate communications and will shortly be joined by Juliana Cherera. She is the vice chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. Before then, the day's proverb. It is from Malawi. As a child is a man wrapped in his mother's womb. As an adult, in tradition, come death, and he is wrapped in earth. As a child is a man wrapped in his mother's womb. As an adult, in tradition, come death, and he is wrapped in earth.
There's going to be always something that gets your attention through the stages of life.
Yes. Julia says one of the other translations to this proverb could be that freedom is an illusion. You're doomed to exist in shackles.
Wow. Wrapped up in something.
You're doomed to be, everywhere you are, you have to coexist within certain rules and regulations. Right? You're wrapped in something. Eric Ngumbi from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, a very good morning to you and good to have you on the show.
Good morning, and thank you so much for inviting the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission to facilitate this session.
Yes, Sante Sana. So there's a lot of work that you do at EACC, and we've had several conversations with the EACC on this. This particular one is with regards to the election. Elections are coming up, and we know that EACC plays a part and a role in this. Maybe you can just give us, what exactly do you do for these elections, for elections?
Okay, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission is mandated to enforce Chapter 6 of the Constitution. That is besides combating and preventing corruption in the country. So Chapter 6 of the Constitution is that chapter that Kenyans enacted for themselves to guide how their affairs are to be managed. Perhaps one of the things that we may need to ask ourselves is why Kenyans thought it important to have a chapter on leadership and integrity in the supreme law of the land. Before the 2010 Constitution, Kenyans wanted to achieve a number of things. Kenyans wanted a society where orders of public officials could be effectively held to account. Kenyans wanted to address the public accountability deficits that were there before, to address bad governance, and that is why we ended up with Chapter 6 of the Constitution to guide how people get into office, either through appointment or election. So in short, Chapter 6 of the Constitution provides for the integrity and ethics requirements that bind those who are tasked to manage our public affairs.
So do we define those ethics? I mean, what is it that is ethics and what is integrity?
Good. Those being general principles that are outlined in Chapter 6 of the Constitution, Parliament was required to enact a statute to clarify. For instance, when do we say that one has integrity? And when do we say that one is short of those integrity requirements? And that is why we have the Leadership and the Integrity Act of 2012. And Section 13(2) of that act specifically lists the various forms of conduct that are prohibited for somebody who is seeking election to join public office. It's about honesty in the management of public affairs, just the basic things that you see, not giving false information to the public, not abusing one's office, recognizing that an opportunity to serve in the public sector is an opportunity to give service, but not an opportunity to eat. So the moment public officials begin to see the public office as a position of public trust, then that is when they would avoid things that are inimical to the very public interest that they are called upon to protect.
Right. Eric, it's interesting about this integrity because oftentimes you don't question one's integrity until they've done something or have behaved in a manner that then has a question mark. I mean, you're not going to walk around asking people, do you have integrity today? Do you have it today? Is this the way you're operating? But when something happens is when you say, hold on a minute, there might be something wrong here. So it's almost as though you're saying, we are not able to test these limits until something may have been put. Because EACC doesn't walk around people's offices asking, are you all right today? Are you doing well? EACC goes to places whereby there's a question about what somebody may or may not have done. So isn't it that we are kind of hoping that nothing goes wrong, but only waiting for something to go wrong before we can now then start to ask the questions?
You are raising a serious issue. One, I want to look at it in two ways. First of all, integrity is a very broad concept because when somebody is engaging in corruption, that is one of the manifestations of
lack of
integrity deficits.
Yeah.
So in terms of fighting corruption, which is an integrity issue, we don't just wait until people engage in corruption, then we set the law in motion. We have various proactive measures. And Kenyans may wish to know that actually one of our successful strategies in the fight against corruption is the proactive investigations, where we seek to dismantle corruption cartels, we disrupt the transactions before they materialize, and as a result, I think on an annual basis, we are able to avert potential loss of a minimum of 5 billion every year.
Okay. Now,
and secondly, on the same, before I lose this point, proactive mechanisms for nurturing integrity would require everybody to undertake certain measures. For instance, would require schools to inculcate integrity in their curriculum, would require the faith sector, churches and mosques, who are also guardians and custodians of our morality, to also talk about some of these things. We expect the media, professional bodies to integrate integrity in their programming so that at the end of it, we can talk about an ethical society that is ethical. And, you know, when people are ethical, they cannot engage in corruption. So I would say that ethics and integrity are actually effective frontiers in fighting corruption. You make people ethical, they will not make the decision to engage in corruption and other acts that hurt the public. So we as a commission tend to use both proactive and reactive measures.
How proactive are you in weeding out elements that are unethical or lack integrity in the next election? Because you're talking about people who are going to be presenting themselves as candidates to the electorate. They'll be clear. There's a requirement for clearance.
Yes.
So what role are you playing in that clearance requirement?
Thank you for that question, Eric. And this is one issue that has not been well understood within Kenya. And I think this is an opportunity to clarify so that it is understood by all and sundry. First, EACC does not have any mandate to clear persons who are seeking to contest elections. That mandate is vested in the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC. IEBC is required to satisfy itself that before an aspirant is cleared for registration as a candidate, they meet all the requirements. And we must understand that compliance with the prescribed integrity requirements under the Constitution is a mandatory requirement. Does that mean that EACC has no role? No. EACC, on the other hand, as the custodian of Chapter 6 of the Constitution, is in possession of integrity profiles of the people who are seeking elections. So what do we do? Our role is simple and clear. The Commission is supposed to advise the IEBC on the integrity suitability of those who have offered themselves seeking clearance from IEBC.
Okay.
IESCC, on the other hand, is also required to advise the public on the integrity standing of the persons who have offered themselves for election. So it is our expectation that once we tell the country that so and so
has questions here and there,
this is unresolved questions, is facing corruption charges, has been convicted, we expect people to make decisions based on that. And for the citizens, it's even most important because these are individuals who will come to us making all manner of promises. So why would we elect somebody we know is a thief?
So you have an advisory role. You advise the public and you advise IEBC.
Yeah, on the integrity status of the persons
of every person
who are seeking this kind of clearance.
So in what form is this advisory? Because as a voter, I have not seen any advisory coming from EACC so far on any candidate that's seeking my vote.
Perhaps the best way to answer that is to share the experience of the last general election that was 2017.
Yes.
First of all, it has to be acknowledged that the responsibility of EACC is complementary to that of IEBC. No agency can really succeed when it's not working with the others.
Yep.
Because IEBC will require information on the integrity stability of these people. That information is in possession of EACC because we have data on all these individuals and who is charged, who has been convicted. So in 2017, we collaborated with the IEBC, as a result of which IEBC forwarded to us a list of 16,182 persons who are seeking various positions, presidential candidates, those who want to be governors, MCS, women rep, etc. So our responsibility was to look at our database together with any other information that is available, any other information that is in custody of our partner agencies. And we gave a report to IEBC on the persons who had unresolved integrity questions. That was 106 people. Due to other technical challenges of the law that I will discuss later if time allows, IEBC was not able to bar the 106 people. So these are people who had active cases in court. Others had been convicted, but they had appealed. Others were facing what I can call very bad charges that a reasonable Kenyan should not elect them to office. Surprisingly and regrettably, 80% of the 106 were actually elected. 2 of them were eventually impeached on grounds similar to which we had raised. So the question is, if citizens proceed to elect people they know or ought to know that they have integrity issues, and we're electing these people to go and manage the same public resources they are accused of embezzling, when they proceed and embezzle the resources,
so
when do we want?
I'm uncomfortable in my seat, Eric. I'm a little bit uncomfortable with this because as you're saying this is what is presented in my mind, right?
Yes.
The people in the kitchen know that the food that is about to be served on the buffet is suspect.
Yes.
Maybe it's been sitting out on the counter for some time. It has become, it has gone bad.
Yes.
Right? It is likely to cause food poisoning.
Yes.
The people on the outside may have an idea, but not really sure. But the people in the kitchen know for sure. And they have the power to be able to remove that option from the buffet. But they go ahead and serve it with the hope that the people who are coming to serve themselves maybe will sniff that the food is bad.
Yes.
But you're leaving the ultimate decision with them. Meanwhile, you are aware that this food you have put out there is bad. Whose responsibility then is it?
You are raising a fundamental issue, and I think it is important that we all acknowledge that law on its own and of itself cannot be an effective tool for social control. Because one of the reasons why IEBC has not been able to bar people, I understand them, it's also because the laws that we use have certain gaps. And that is why, and this is very important for me, law must always be complemented with other non-legal measures. But if we sit as a country and say that only the tool called law will be used to help us reach the destiny that we want, then there will be a problem. Law must be complemented with other non-legal measures, and it is those non-legal measures such as
the ballot,
individual responsibility and commitment to do the right thing, ethical leadership, even by other leaders who are supposed to guide the citizenry, and also collective action.
We've had this issue about the law many times, Eric. So, because you told us, let's look at the example of 2017.
Yes.
EACC gave an advisory to the IEBC.
Yes.
That 106 of the candidates that you gave us
are facing very bad charges.
Are facing some serious questions of integrity.
Yes.
But IEBC was not able to act.
Yes.
Why?
Because of gaps in the law.
Which gaps are these? Let's be very specific here.
Thank you. I'm happy that we are discussing this because there are many falsehoods out there, and it is important that we clarify this. Kenya is a country governed by the rule of law. And that is what we have elected. It is the route that we have taken.
Okay.
The same constitution that requires individuals to have integrity before they are given an opportunity to manage public affairs also provides for due process.
Okay.
Articles 99 and 193 of the Constitution that provide for the qualifications for persons to be elected to office have singled out this question of integrity, and they do provide that one must satisfy the requirements of Chapter 6, but there's a rider that in the event one is found to have violated Chapter 6 of the Constitution and therefore ineligible, that individual ought to be given an opportunity to exhaust the appeals that could be there. And there's a good reason for that, because sometimes accusations are not always with merit. Yeah, sometimes one is taken through the system, and at the end of the day, you realize that they were actually innocent.
Yep.
So there is a gap in the sense that if you were to wait for an individual to exhaust all the avenues for appeal, sometimes one could even serve even for 2 terms. For instance, one of the persons we had included in the 106 names list is a sitting MP. At that time, he had a case involving forgery of academic certificates. That case is still in court. And
It
the
has not been
individual will
concluded.
probably offer themselves for election this time. The case is still not over. If the individual proceeds with the High Court to appeal, eventually to the Court of Appeal, he could as well end up serving this time. So there is that gap, and that's why I was saying.
So you will advise IEBC that certain individual has cases pending before court.
Yes.
And these are cases that touch on integrity and ethics.
Yes.
But IEBC's hands are tied because this person has not exhausted all avenues of appeal.
That is the gap.
Okay.
It is,
There's a second advisory role that you said
yes.
that you have.
Yes.
You advise IEBC
Yes.
and you advise the electorate.
Yes.
Because the decision of the voter,
Yes.
when Eric Latiff goes and votes not for this candidate,
Yes.
that cannot be questioned anywhere.
Yes.
So I have the ultimate power. If I choose not
Rest.
to vote for Eric Ngombi,
Yes.
for whatever reason, it could be because I suspect his integrity issues, it could be because I know his integrity issues, or it could be because I just don't like his leadership style, or he hasn't convinced me, or there's a better candidate. I'll not vote for Eric Ngombi. But you have an advisory role to tell me that's such and such a candidate, the same information you're giving IEBC you can give me.
Yes. Let me clarify further. The moment we advise IEBC by way of giving a list of the individuals who have outstanding integrity issues, you will find that there are some actually who have been convicted, but they do not lie in the category of those individuals who are yet to exhaust their appeals, because there are people who do not appeal.
Yeah.
And the other thing that is very important also, it is not just about the court process. It's not about people going to court. There are other decisions that are made by quasi-judicial bodies. For instance, a county assembly that has impeached a person. We could have a commission of inquiry that has made adverse findings. We could have, a tribunal that has also made a finding that somebody is in violation of Chapter 6. So it's not just about the court. And there are individuals, actually, who have been named in various reports, and they have not exercised their right to appeal. So those are findings of violations that may not be covered under that exception where one must exhaust or appeals. So the point that I was making, and this is very important, if Kenya wants to effectively realize what was envisaged under Chapter 6 of the Constitution, then this has to be a multi-sector
You're running
approach.
away from my question, Eric.
I'm coming to it.
I want to ask you directly.
I'm coming to it.
Why did the IEBC not tell Eric and
Yes.
the other voters
Yes.
about the 106 persons in
Yes.
2017? Do I expect IEBC, for example, this year to name and tell me,
Yes.
these are the candidates who are seeking elections. We
Yes.
have received this list from IEBC,
Yes.
and we'd like to tell you Kenyans
Yes.
that these are the integrity questions that have been raised in various sectors. And we also are forwarding this to the IEBC so that I make a decision informed.
Eric, you are right on that. Actually, IEBC and the ESCC, being public bodies, are already bound by the Constitution to give important information that they have to the public. And that information was public. And we continue to say, and our CEO is on record saying this, we will tell the country what the integrity status of the various aspirants is. We are working closely with the IEBC. We will identify persons where decisions inimical to their candidature have been made. And the IEBC will hopefully look at what can be done within the law as is. Because we must appreciate that we still have some gaps in the law. And bar those ought to be bad. I'm happy the Vice Chair has arrived. Karibu, Vice Chair. So,
thank you.
That is it. But most importantly, the citizen must do their bit, because the ultimate vetting is to be done by the citizen. The ultimate vetting. Ours is to tell them what the individuals are like. And finally, the gaps that we are talking about under Article 193 and 99 are part of matters that are currently pending before court. And we are hoping that the court will adopt what is referred to as a harmonized interpretation of the Constitution and look at our Constitution this way. On one hand, it gives us national values under Article 10. It also provides leadership and integrity provisions under Chapter 6. And on the other hand, it tells us that an individual must exhaust all the avenues of appeal before they are barred. So taking that harmonized interpretation of the Constitution and asking this important question, whether Kenya intended to have persons facing corruption charges elected to public office, and then give us a decision. So courts have in the past made very good decisions. So we are looking forward to that kind of jurisprudence.
Let's take a break.
Meanwhile,
we'll continue with this conversation
must
shortly.
vet these people.
We'll continue this conversation shortly. Juliana Cherera is the Vice Chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. She's joined us. We'll have the conversation with her shortly after the break. But Juliana, good morning.
Good morning.
It's good to have you on the show. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you.
Nini, what happened? Umeishiwa na mafuta kwa kwa njia?
Nimepatikana na jam.
Kanunua mafuta na jerrycan. 28 minutes to 8. Keep it here for more conversations coming up shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM.
The only way to live your best life is to create a balance between work, love, and play.
Smoking shisha and releasing things on your smoke like a Subaru. Right. You understand what I'm saying? Yes. And you want God to give you a man who has a mission and a vision.
You may create an illusion of, because he's younger, he's interested in me or he likes me, but he's using me.
Text the word adult to 22840 to get the latest clips from Adults in the Room directly to your mobile phone. SMS adults to 22840.
The Adults in the Room.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
I like listening to you guys. You're the default radio station in my car in the morning. Even the children listen to you guys.
I agree Parliament has failed this country. And I will say it again. We have not done what we should have done.
We know in this country, the Kenya prison sector is one of the most underfunded sector.
The way it is being done and the way we're calling it Huduma Number Msema Kweli is because all records will be there. You know, there are people who are now billionaires with no history as to how they got all these assets.
Yes. Anything that the president does that is not in accord with the Constitution is an illegal act. You know, he shouldn't be doing it, and he should be sitting here and trying to sort of guise it up.
I totally believe live transmission of results and allowing Kenyans to be able to view all these results. I believe that it will be impossible to steal elections.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
17 degrees and mostly cloudy conditions. A chance of rain later. Highs of 26 and lows of 16 in Nairobi. It's sunny at 14 in Nakuru. 29 will be the high and lows of 13. We'll see lows of 11 in a partly sunny Nyeri at the moment. Highs of 25. 26 will be the high in Eldoret, where it is sunny at 15, coming down to lows of 13. It continues to rain in parts of Mombasa at 28, highs of 33 and lows of 26. While in Malindi at 28, it's mostly sunny. We'll see highs of 33. Kisumu is sunny at 21, highs of 30 and lows of 20. And we're looking at 16 in Kakamega with highs of 33 and lows of 15. It's 22 and sunny in Kampala, 30 the high and lows of 20, while it's partly sunny now in Dar es Salaam at 26, highs of 33 and lows of 25. It's raining in Johannesburg at 14, highs of 16 and lows of 12 today, while it's cloudy at 27 in Lagos. 33 will be the high with lows of 27. It's clear in Kinshasa at 24, highs of 33 and lows of 23.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise.
You're listening to
All right, what's it opening up
SpiceFM.
to? We're looking at Mombasa Road and heavy traffic outbound. And this is from General Motors out well towards the SGR now, and it doesn't look really good. We're also looking at inbound traffic that's in that area, as well as past the SGR through to General Motors. So both directions looking really heavy today. We're also looking at spilling over to North Airport Road and then out towards Outer Ring. And the ICD route might be your best bet. If you're Mombasa Road today and you're trying to get into the city, use the ICD route out through the Southern Bypass. It'll take you a shorter period of time than getting stuck in this mess that is going well onto the Eastern Bypass today. And that doesn't look pretty at all. What else are we looking at on this side of the city? Doesn't look too bad on Langata Road. Looks like traffic has reduced significantly there. We'll keep an eye on that. Uru Highway then through to Westlands via the CBD is really heavy. Thika Super Highway not doing too poorly today, but we're looking at back-to-back, bumper-to-bumper traffic all the way past the drive-in out towards the Pangani underpass and then out into the city. It's building up on Kiambu Road. We have back-to-back traffic in both directions today. Let's watch out for that as well. And then let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
It is 23 minutes to 8. The conversation continues. This is a Situation Room broadcasting on Spice FM and also live on YouTube and Facebook, as well as www.spicefm.co.ke. With you in the room this morning, Okoh, Eric Latiff, Eric Ngumbi, Head of Corporate Communications at the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, and Juliana Cherera, the Vice Chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC. We're looking at the journey towards August 9th, the preparations, and especially EACC is here to tell us who they'll be clearing. Well, Eric has already told us they don't have a responsibility to clear candidates. They have a role for advisory. The responsibility to clear candidates lies with the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission.
Oh, yes.
And, and the IEBC has already gazetted the election dates. And also with that come the timelines ahead of the election. We know that April and a bit of May is nomination time. Political parties are supposed to be conducting their primaries, or basically just handing out party nomination certificates. Those who seek to be running as independents will also have their time to go to IEBC. Everybody will end up going to the IEBC and saying, I want to vie as MCA, as whatever, up to president. And then IEBC will ask EACC and others, is this person suitable? And then, satisfying themselves that the person is suitable, they'll give us the candidates to elect. Hiya, Juliana. Eric, before you walked in here, threw you under the bus and said, for example...
rolled over you with the
bus. Said, for example, in 2017, IEBC gave us a list of 16,182 candidates who are vying for various positions in the country. And they told us, do you think these people are suitable? They burnt the midnight oil. And they gave IEBC a list of 106 people who they said had some integrity questions here and there. But then the IEBC went ahead and still cleared those people to vie, and 80% of them got elected. Thereafter, some 2 have been impeached. But the issue is, why does IEBC get to clear these candidates? We understand there's a law and all, but just explain it from the IEBC position.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. Thank you for the invite. Yes, we work together with the EACC, and according to Chapter 6, we need to know the integrity of these people. And IECC gives us a list of names and cases that these people have. But as IEBC, we are hands tied because of the law that we cannot bar anyone if they have not completed the whole process, judicial process. So if they are not convicted in court, we cannot bar them. And the Constitution also gives the people the right to vote and the right to vie for any position. So this information is public, and it is now upon the Kenyans to look at the integrity of their leaders and to decide who they're going to choose. But for IEBC, we'll present all of them before the people.
Are we essentially saying then they're beyond an advisory role, the IEBC then cannot put a bold foot forward and say that we will not clear this person or we will not clear this person because of the law? So the other side of the question would then be, if the law as it is currently constituted did not exist on that particular element, would IEBC then clear these individuals? We're speaking in the hypothetical here.
Yes, we are a law-abided commission. And if the law gave us explicit powers to bar them, we will do that. But as it says, we are bound by the law. And if someone is still in court and they've not exhausted, the matter has not been heard in court, we will not bar them. We will still clear them.
Is it not dangerous then? Because I see what we're saying here is that we've already formed something where we say, if then somebody has been presented to you by IEBC, by EACC, and you still then go ahead and elect them, at the end of the day, you as the people, the electorate, then that falls on your shoulders, having selected somebody who you have cleared and you know that there's a comma in their behavior.
Yep.
May I add something to what she
Eric.
has said? It is actually in the public interest that IEBC does not proceed to bar people unless they have followed the law as currently is. This is because these individuals will go to court, and if they win these cases, then the public will have to pay the costs. And that is why we are insisting that the Constitution of Kenya 2010, having given the citizen a very powerful voice and placed them at the center of governance, citizens have to take up their responsibilities. IEBC has a very elaborate voter education program. EACC also undertakes capacity building, targeting the public, and we are telling citizens that time is ripe for them to take up their civic responsibilities and support or complement what these agencies are doing.
Is there anything in law that would bar you from going all out, publishing IEBC, for example? You're going to have some voter education campaign and sensitization campaign, right? Across all media. Is there anything that bars you from basically going out to say, candidate so-and-so has some integrity questions? We have been advised by the EACC that candidate so-and-so has some integrity questions. However, they have a case pending before court. And that's why we have not barred them from coming to you, but you make the decision. Can't you just tell me directly? Because I can bet you, these 106 people, yes, people have heard about them, people have heard, but once you see somebody has been cleared by the relevant authorities, a voter would assume, oh, maybe what I've been reading actually is wrong. This person has been cleared to come before me.
Okay.
You have a role, don't you, to sensitize me that I am only clearing this person because my hands are tied.
Because the law demands that I do.
But they have questions.
As IBC, what we do, we go out and sensitize the public on voter education. Now, on voter education, we don't campaign for or against someone. Once someone has been cleared, we don't go out there specifically campaigning against them or for them. So what we do is we tell the people who is a leader. You know, in general terms, who is a leader, the kind of things you want them to do, who is a governor, who is a senator, what are the roles of these positions, what are they supposed to do for you, what are the things that are cut out for the governor, and what is the role of the senator, what is the role of the MCA, what is the role of the member of parliament. That is what we do. Then we teach them how to vote, yes, so that we don't have spoilt votes. We teach them the importance of taking their rights to come out in their large numbers and vote, because that one determines the voter outcomes. So that is the role that we do. We call it voter education. But there are other bodies that come in to speak, to teach, to sensitize people, the civic education part of it. The other bodies come in to complement that. Yes.
But Madam Vice Chairperson, okay, come in here.
Just to strengthen what she is saying, now that we are in agreement that we sometimes have gaps in the law, one way of addressing those gaps is electing men and women of integrity, because the people we elect are the ones who make the laws that govern our affairs. So you cannot expect people with facing corruption charges
to make
get elected, then they go and make strong anti-corruption laws.
Which is why I'm coming back to these two questions, and I'm asking, for you IEBC, is there any section of the law that bars you from publishing the list of the people that you receive from EACC that have integrity questions?
Is that really public
and making
information?
sure no, it's public information, yes. But I'm saying making sure that you actually go out and create adverts and say this person have questions of integrity.
It is public.
Name it.
It is public knowledge. And as EACC, when they give us that list, they make it public.
Yeah.
For us, we look at it and then we still clear them. Now, sessions like this ones that now we are talking, why does IBC clear them?
Why do we still clear them?
You see, because of the law. They have the right to still...
I get it.
Yes.
I 100% get it. I'm just saying, this issue of it being public where?
In the many spaces, the many platforms that we have.
Do you have a responsibility, a duty, to actually ensure that this is as public as possible, as widely known as possible, to make sure that this list is not only just put in one national newspaper of wide circulation or gazetted, blah, blah, blah. Just make sure that there is information that goes out to say, these people have integrity questions.
If I may jump in there, because I think there's an optics here that plays out that we're not taking into consideration. Because if we look at the list of things that have been documented by IEBC that are requirements for these individuals then to present themselves to public office, one of them is that meet the moral and ethical requirements under the Leadership and Integrity Act, right? So the questions come about, how do you then go ahead to determine this? Should that have been determined? And we say there's this thing in the law, then that stops us from doing that, right? But you see, the thing is, once the IEBC has given the clearance, the optics play a huge role here. Whether somebody in the public is aware that this individual may have a taint on their image, the IEBC, as that authority, that body, once you give the clearance, you're more or less saying that you've erased whatever stain there is on this individual.
Not really.
Yeah, that's
Not
one
really.
of the things, huh?
That's how it looks. Really. That's how it looks.
Okay, that is
as
perception.
the authority, which is
perception.
hugely important when it comes to
That
this.
is perception.
Yeah.
When someone is cleared, yet EACC has given us a story about them. It is public knowledge. So once they are cleared, IBC will say, this person has ABC. However, they have not exhausted the judicial process. Therefore, because of clause ABCD in the Constitution, does not bar someone who has not exhausted the judicial process. Therefore, this person is cleared.
So in addition to that, that is actually what we will be doing. We are currently working with IEBC. We actually have two committees that are at work, trying to look at the law and identify what the two agencies can do with what we have in the law. And one of the things that I'm certain that we will do is to publish the names of individuals who have pending or outstanding integrity issues. In fact, under the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, the commission is duty bound to publish such names. So we will work closely and we will guide the country and tell Kenyans that this is what Eric Latiff is.
Yes.
Do you still want to have him as your governor?
Exactly.
Now,
we will do that.
When you say you'll publish, where will you publish this information?
Publication is, it's, the main platforms, newspapers. We will talk about it here. We are here talking about it. You'll invite us again to come and talk about it.
You see,
we will publish in the papers.
Today, Eric, throughout this conversation, you've told us about 106 persons, 80% of them were elected, some 2. You have not mentioned a name.
It's because
it was public information then. It is still public information today. If you have avoided mentioning a name today for something that happened in 2017, how do I trust that you're going to come here next month and actually tell me, Eric Latiff, in our list that we've told IBC that Eric Latiff has integrity questions?
Actually, Eric, the law requires that every quarter we publish the cases that we are dealing with. And this information is all over in the Kenya Gazette. And sometimes we actually go to the mainstream newspapers and do publish. It's information that's also available in our respective annual reports. So in short, IBC and the EACC will work together and identify persons who are subjects of adverse decisions regarding violation of Chapter 6 of the Constitution and have not appealed. Somebody who has not appealed does not fit in that category of the protected persons.
Okay.
Those ones will be bad, I believe so. Then those who have made appeals will probably be allowed and we will tell citizens. Okay. And that is why citizens must also know that the Constitution of 2010 changed their status from wananchi to wenye nchi. And I think citizens have not realized the powerful position that they hold under the Constitution. That concept of wenye nchi, they are the ones with the sovereign power. And a critical opportunity is looming in August. We'll be constituting our government.
Yeah.
So if we want good governance post-August 9, let us elect men and women of integrity. And by the way, we know each other as a country. We know who the thief is. We know who steals our resources. Now in this era of devolution, we know all those people who are offering themselves for various positions. Let us do the right thing. And then leaders, church leaders who shape the opinions in our society, let us do the right thing. People who are influential like Latiff and do, let us tell citizens the danger of electing persons with integrity shortcomings to office.
Let me come in. Let me come in there. Now, we can see that there is a gap in law.
Yes.
Therefore, there is need for the people who are duty bearers to ensure that they work to review this and to fill in the gap, so that come the next election, we will not have these loose ends, in that IBC is bound by law, and EACC comes in and gives advisory, but still the body that conducts election will not do anything about it. I've been in IBC since last year, and I'm telling you, everything that we do, it is in accordance to the law. And if you miss it, it's going to cause an end problem.
Integrity questions for the election itself.
Yes, yes. So I am advocating that going forward, this is a gap that the legal practitioners should come in and fill, and our parliamentarians should help us tie it end to end.
There's something that we're very good at in this country, passing the buck. Just taking the baton and passing it and saying, you know what, I am not yet in the finishing line. We are very good at that, which is why I come back to that question. Is there anything that bars you from making adverts that actually put out names? If so and so, if you have a list of, say, this year you have 100 people that you receive from EACC, okay, that tells you that these people have integrity questions. You know these people, so and so is vying for a governor seat in a certain county. Go to that county and make sure that there is information in the county that says this person has been cleared, but this person has some integrity questions. Would you be taken to court over that?
No, we can't be taken to court because it is. No, we can't be taken to court. It will do because so it is public. It is public information.
And that's why I was saying, if these two institutions actually believe in Chapter 6 of the Constitution, if these two institutions actually believe in the Leadership and Integrity Act, if these two institutions know that the reason why the Leadership and Integrity Act has very many loopholes is because it's the politicians who make the law and they do not want to have themselves barred from running, then you still have an avenue to use. If I saw billboards all over Nairobi telling me so and so who is a candidate for governor in Nairobi has a question. Yes, proper bill alongside this candidate's billboard is another candidate by billboard by EACC and IEBC and others that has put names and mugshots. So and so, these candidates have integrity questions. So and so, so and so, so and so, but they've been cleared to vie for the next election.
Eric, allow me
The
say
decision
this.
is yours.
Allow me say this.
IBC to do that?
Yes. Why not?
But look, but you've been explicit
Let
here.
me say this.
If we're looking at something that is, you're looking at, you've been explicit here, and I'm on your website right now. When you've talked about this, you've not held it from your website here. So here you have an individual who has some of these issues that you've already mentioned here. What's difficult about making it even more public, as opposed to just saying, well, we've said it, so it's up to you then, as the citizen, to make the decision?
Remember, I began by saying that we do voter education,
yes,
but we don't campaign for or against someone.
So now,
remember that
you reserve the right to
remember
blame
that
the citizen later.
Why are you calling that campaigning? That's not campaigning.
It is advertising. What
No.
is advertising at that time?
Constructively,
it is publishing.
It could amount to, telling Kenyans, to elect so and so as opposed to so and so.
Yes.
So what we will do, and I believe this is what
our partner.
what
yes.
we will do is to do sufficient publication, but subject to the law. And I can assure you that there are discussions going on between the two agencies. So let no aspirant rest thinking that they are corrupt and there are loopholes in the law.
Sure.
And that's why that's why my question is there anything in law that bars you from putting up a billboard that says
it does not have to be a billboard.
Latiff, no, let's just say billboard for purposes of
but we will give the information
that everybody can see.
Proper visibility.
We will do that.
Or a TV advert. Or
will do that.
We'll run them here
But
on
subject to
SpiceFM.
the law.
High frequency. Every 15 minutes we run. Eric Latiff has integrity questions. Eric, is there anything in law that bars you from doing
that? Sometimes it would depend on the circumstances. For instance, if a matter is active in court, you see people are barred from discussing matters that are pending in court. But we have cases where people have been convicted, or we have other cases where the decisions have been rendered and, there is nothing that is pending. So that's why I'm saying that subject to the law, we will do the publication that can be done without any prejudice to legal processes. Yes. But let me say this, citizens have a responsibility, and if they can choose their leaders well, we're going to have a very good country. We're going to have the good governance that we wanted when we went out to vote. This business of citizens voting to constitute a government and then they exit the stage until the next election. That is bad.
Juliana, how are you feeling about this upcoming election as IEBC in terms of just what we've been speaking about? Do you feel that folks have pulled their weight in terms of what they ought to do? And how are you feeling about how Kenyans then will come together to make this vote significant?
Oh, thank you. The fact that we are discussing these contentious issues means that Kenyans have woken up to the fact that they need good leaders. That is one step. And I'm seeing the voters being aware of the kind of leaders that they want this time round. I'm looking at the voters are a little bit... They have their own kind of... attitudes. And now if I talk of the voter, the youth, there is apathy. They don't want to come out to even get registered. By the way, registration is still ongoing in our constituency IBC offices. But the trend of the youth is really down. And the opposite of it is the youths at the universities and colleges really came out in their numbers to get registered. So what does this tell us? That the youth out there are used to get handouts for them to do their civic right, while the youths in the universities and colleges have been sensitized, are more aware of their rights and responsibilities. And this calls for more of sensitization that needs to go down to the grassroots, and especially targeting the youth that we have. As IBC, we are on time, on schedule with our plan. Remember, we have an election operation plan whereby it specifies the activities and things that we need to do. Yes, so we are good
You're
to
ready.
go.
We'll keep inviting you here, Juliana, so you can come and tell us, the crucial dates and what needs to happen, what we need to look out for. But we thank you very much for joining us this morning. Juliana Cherera is the Vice Chairperson of IEBC. She's been here with Eric Ngumbi, Head of Corporate Communications at Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. A very good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Kapsaret Member of Parliament Oscar Sudi and Soy Caleb Gositany have distanced themselves from the attack directed on Raila Odinga and his entourage Friday in Nairobi County, saying the claims are politically motivated. The two legislators allied to Deputy President William Ruto said they had nothing to do with Friday's incident, which saw Odinga's chopper pelted with stones by rowdy youth. Sudi expressed alarm over what he termed biasness of the investigative authorities in the country, wondering why similar violent incidents directed against Deputy President William Ruto and his allies have not been investigated. And residents of Awasi in Nyando Sub-County have been asked to uphold peace during this election period as a step towards enhancing security in the area. The Bishop of Anglican Church in Kenya, Diocese of Maseno East, Dr. Joshua Owiti, noted that peace is paramount for the security and for economic development of the area and the nation as a whole, and asked the residents not to allow leaders to disrupt their peace. The bishop asked the youth to resist any politician out to use them to disrupt peace in the area, saying it was the youth who would lose out and not the leaders. And former Nairobi Governor Evans Kidero has announced that he will be contesting for the Homa Bay gubernatorial seat independently after the Orange Democratic Movement endorsed Gladys Wanga. Kidero stated that he will not drop his bid after numerous calls from the electorate, whom he said have been pressuring him to contest for the seat. Kidero said he would explore alternative ways to clinch the seat. And detectives have arrested a border rider accused of abducting and raping a foreign national in Ngong. The Directorate of Criminal Investigation said that the suspect committed the act before abandoning the victim in a forest. The suspect was seized by DCI agents as he attempted to flee the city to evade arrest following the incident. The agency said that the foreigner told its detectives that the border rider forced himself on her before abandoning her in the dense Ololuwa forest in Ngong, Kajiado County. And detectives in Olukurtho, Narok are investigating an incident where a 15-year-old boy killed a 2-year-old girl after hacking her with a machete. A police report filed by the boy's master said that he attacked the girl on the head at around 4 p.m. in circumstances which are yet to be established. The girl was rushed to Narok County Referral Hospital but was pronounced dead upon arrival. The suspect is currently in police custody, while the girl's body is awaiting postmortem at the hospital's mortuary. And Kenya has expressed solidarity with Somaliland after a fire at Wahin Market, which is considered Hargeisa's lifeblood. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs affirmed in a statement that Kenya shares common heritage and strong bonds of friendship with Somaliland, a de facto state in the Horn of Africa led by President Musa Bihi Abdi. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs said that they believe in the resilience of people of Hargeisa and believe in their strong will to overcome the tragedy and emerge stronger and better. Kenya assured Somaliland of their unwavering support and cooperation as they rebuild the market. And official results from Hungary's general election showed nationalist Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban's party has won a fourth term in office by a much greater margin than pre-election polls had suggested after a campaign overshadowed by the war in neighboring Ukraine. Orban's administration has presided over repeated confrontations with the European Union, including over the neutering of press and judiciary, and measures targeting the LGBTQ community, also the subject of the vote yesterday. The 58-year-old, already the longest-serving head of government in the EU, was challenged by 6 united opposition parties seeking to roll back the illiberal revolution Orban's Fidesz party has pursued during 12 consecutive years in office. And the Biden administration secured the release of Safi Rauf, an Afghan-American naval reservist who was doing humanitarian work in Kabul and who had been in captivity under the Taliban since December. Rauf and his brothers, all former Afghan refugees, founded the Human First Coalition, which, along with others in the digital Dunkirk, worked to evacuate those desperately trying to flee after Kabul fell. The organization's work soon turned to humanitarian aid for Afghans. Rauf put medical school on hold to go to Kabul to try to provide crucially needed aid. Rauf and his brother Anes Khalil, a green card holder, were taken into custody by the Taliban on December 18th after more than 100 days of intense negotiations between the Biden administration and their captors. The Rauf brothers were freed. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, right, losing away some traffic going towards Gong Road, and we're seeing a lot of this getting into the CBD. Speaking of which, all roads lead just there this morning, coming off Jogo Road as well as the Thika Superhighway. We're looking at Muranga Road going towards the Globe Cinema overpass, and there's quite some traffic there. And everybody spills out towards Westlands. Ring Road Westlands doing that thing this morning. Not too much going towards Chiromo, but we know that's going to pick up. We're looking at in and outbound traffic along Uhuru Highway all the way through into Westlands, and then Wayaki Way is also doing that thing. The Thika Superhighway, not too bad. Just after the Utali Drift is where we see some traffic, free and clear before that. Kiambu Road in and outbound traffic as well continues. The Eastern Bypass, that started really thick, really early. We'll keep an eye on that and see what happens in a short bit, a few minutes after 8 o'clock, and traffic hour has begun, albeit late, but it's there, front and center. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127. Let's keep things moving this Monday.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 after 8. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, the third hour of our show this morning, 4th day of April. Well 2022. Yani, we're already in the second quarter of the year.
Yes.
Just like that. And moving. City Muga, our colleague, is away this week. Because fuel. Akona pesa ya kuweka gari mafuta. No, akona pesa. Lakini mafuta. Missing. I know we'll have that conversation shortly. We are live on KTN Home, on SpiceFM, and also on YouTube and Facebook. The conversation continues. Our guest this hour is the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Petroleum and Mining, Andrew Kamau. Before we introduce him, today's proverb is a Malawian proverb. As a child is a man wrapped in his mother's womb. As an adult, in tradition, come death, and he is wrapped in earth. As a child is a man wrapped in his mother's womb. As an adult, in tradition, come death, and he is wrapped in earth. Wrapped throughout.
It's always something.
Wrapped throughout. That's the nature of life. Bona P.S., welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thanks, Eric.
It's good to have you. We call that the hot seat, and we love it when you have government on the hot seat because, Kenyans, we have a very good relationship with our government. And so we like which one our government is answering our questions. It's good that you got here on time. You didn't have problems that others are facing this morning. That is not finding fuel at the petrol stations. And especially those who had traveled out of town over the weekend. And many have said that they have been unable to come back because of that. because they drove out and they cannot drive back to town. We have seen a number of statements that have been issued. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority on Saturday said there's sufficient supply in the country. Kenya Pipeline says they have sufficient supply in the depots. The oil marketing company is saying we are experiencing some challenges because of operating capital, and so on and so forth. But Bona PS, the headlines today are basically just showing that there is some issue with fuel supply. What's the issue?
Eric, you've seen what in the past what are called financial runs, where something spooks people.
Yep.
And they head out to their bank to get all their money. Yeah. So what happens? You go there. Maybe you are the first person. You get your money. When you're the 10,000th person, they say, no, the bank is closed. We are not giving more money. So what happens? Another 100,000 people show up to try and get their money out of the ATM. That's what's called a run. And that's exactly what is happening now. So, most people, their cars have never seen a full tank. Let's just say that. All of a sudden, their cars are full. They even brought jerry cans.
To store extra.
Yes. You saw that. You've seen the pictures.
Yep.
People are queuing up with jerry cans. So now, what will happen? I'm a station owner. I have my tanks filled for what I need for the week. All of a sudden, what I needed for the week, I'm selling in 6 hours. Yeah. So the truck has to go somewhere, collect that fuel, bring it back, and discharge into that tank. So in fact, even just yesterday, we usually don't do deliveries on Sunday. We had to get people like KRA to come back to the depots to clear the fuel so that it can be loaded. It's not something that usually happens. So we're in an unusual situation where it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. There's a shortage, so we then rush and then we create more of a shortage. But let me make a prediction. All of us will fill our cars by Wednesday. We'll fill our jerry cans, drums, whatever we have at home. On Thursday, the petrol stations will be there. There'll be no queues. Fuel will be there. But for the next 1 week, because all of our cars are full, there'll be nobody at the petrol station. That's my prediction.
So there'll be stability come around Thursday.
Yeah, because we'll have all filled our cars.
We'll all be okay.
Yeah.
You said that this is a run, and you explained something spooks people and causes the run. In this particular instance, what has spooked people?
I'll tell you what spooked people. There was something in social media that was saying, we can't afford fuel. We are not going to have fuel in our stations from the independent marketers. Yeah. So what has happened is companies like Shell, Ola, and Total have had to pick up the slack. Yeah. So they are just 60% of the market. So everyone is rushing to those stations to fill up. Yeah.
So is there no truth in the fact? Or is there no truth in the idea or that first catalyst statement that the independents were in that bit of a spot? Are you saying there's no truth to that and it was just a rumor?
Well, look, it's their perception, because it's about perception. Now, they feel they want to force the government to do something, for example, increase their margins, which is, it's within their rights, they're in business. And then they create that panic. Okay. If you go to the coast today, go to the port, call the port, call KPA. How many ships are waiting outside to discharge? KPC have already issued a statement. There's plenty of fuel.
Okay.
There is no reason to panic. If we all live the way we normally live, I don't think there'll be any issue.
I hear you, what you're saying on this, PS Kamal. I hear you and I understand that position. However, I don't think we can run away with or run away from what is the perception out there. And of course, perception is fueled by very many things. However, one thing that has come up very clearly from oil marketers is that they're not receiving that money. So even if they're not receiving that money that would have come from that little margin that would have come from the levy, which we all pay when we purchase fuel anyway. Right? So the question is fundamentally here, even if there's fuel at the port, and these folks are not able to purchase it because they're not receiving the money that they would get on top of what they've sold to be able to purchase. That's why you have fuel then waiting to be bought. It cannot be bought because these folks don't have this money. and then that creates the shortage at the pump. Is there any sense in that?
So, like I said, and I've said this during the whole week, I feel the pain of the small players. Yeah, because this is an issue of the small players. And that's why I'm saying the larger players have relationship with their banks. They're able to receive money from their banks, borrow, and continue to purchase. The smaller players are in other businesses. I own, let's say, for example, 3 petrol stations, but I also have a flats. I have other non-liquid assets that are there. So when the price of fuel goes up, for example, and it's not even just about the subsidy, because the subsidy is always a month late, always. Because we have to do the analysis. Who is owed what? So it's always a month late. It's nothing new. We've been paying out the subsidy since April last year. Yeah. So it's not new. Yeah. Now, what is different? What is different is that fuel prices for import have gone up from arguably 90 shillings per litre to 170 shillings per litre. What I used to buy one truck for is now 50-60% more.
Right.
If I haven't kept the money aside, prudent financial management, cash flow management, of course I'm going to get in trouble. So I'll only be able to buy 60% of the fuel that I was buying back then. Yeah? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying.
So the subsidy itself is like, for example, has been pretty much constant at around 15 shillings, 10 shillings per litre. But the price of fuel has gone up more than that. It has gone up maybe 50 shillings. So as a percentage, it's actually much smaller than what is being envisioned.
So the percentage is lower, but are these folks being paid?
They are being paid.
Okay.
Yeah. And up to today, I can tell you they've been paid something like 35 billion up to now. Yeah. For the last 1 year. Because don't forget, people keep saying the price of fuel in Kenya keeps going up every month. The price of fuel in Kenya has only been changed 3 times in 1 year since April last year. 3 times. It went up twice and it went down once. There has been only 3 changes. So again, like you say, it's perception. What is the reality is different. Yeah? As they say, if you took a ground, it's different.
Okay.
Explain this, Bonapiers, from the very beginning. So we have a tightly regulated petroleum sector in the country.
Yes.
Where all marketing companies participate in the open tender system. They choose the tender system chooses who is going to supply bulk of the industry's needs.
Yes.
And this is predetermined a month in advance or 2 months in advance. So all that is coming at a specific price. So if there's price fluctuation after the tender has been given out, it does not affect that supply. Is that not true?
That's not true.
Okay. What is...
So nobody buys fuel fixed price because you just don't know what's going to happen. Now, if you, for example, are a seller of fuel, so you sold at a fixed price.
Yes.
In March, or the beginning of March, end of February. And the Ukraine crisis comes, and now the price is much higher.
Yeah.
That is what's called price risk. So what people do, there's a publication called Platts, which is an independent publication. It tells you what the prices were sold on that day.
Yeah.
So the way the tender works is that it is the Platts price plus a premium. So what people are competing on is the premium. Is the premium. So the Platts price is one thing, but in the Platts price, there's also freight.
Yep.
And also freights have gone up. Yeah, if you talk to people who are doing fertilizer, maize, whatever other commodities, freight prices
shipping costs have gone up.
Yeah, they have gone up. So we always have the price risk, and that's why EPRA every month looks at the cargoes that were delivered between the 9th of the previous month to the 10th of this month. The average price of the Platts oil quotations plus the various distribution taxes, margins, and then that's how you work out the pump price.
Okay.
Yeah.
So by the time they're working out a pump price and saying, EPRA, this is on the 14th, from the 15th to the next 14th,
yes,
this is going to be the price.
Yes.
The importing and the oil marketing companies are basically bound by that.
Yes.
So what happens when international prices spike in the middle of that month? Are you saying that they bear the burden?
No, what happens then is that cargo has not been delivered yet, because whatever has been delivered has been priced out.
Okay.
So that's now the price that they're selling. So they will then get compensated in the following month. Yeah, and that's why we do it on a monthly basis, so that you only have the average of that month and then the average of the next month, like that.
So what I'm trying to get us here is to understand, when you say that IPRA, for example, told us on the 14th, the 15th, the price of super petrol will just go up by a margin of 5.
Yes.
But then the rest will be cushioned by the levy fund.
Yes.
What has happened between then and now that you would say international prices have shot up, therefore it's affecting the capacity of independents to buy petrol?
So what happens is this. Kenya is a very unique country in the region, in that if you're a marketer, it doesn't matter how big or how small you are. We have a level playing field. Whether you're buying 1 million liters or 50 million liters, we say everyone must pay the same price. So everyone pays the same price, and you do not open a letter of credit, and you do not pay until your ship arrives.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that is a huge bonus for smaller companies, because if you're a small company, then you have to open a letter of credit. And in Kenya, you know, letters of credit are cash covered, or you must have security. Yeah. So they then get that additional benefit, but they still have to pay for it. Yeah. It's not you sell first, then you pay. No, it arrives at the port, you pay your taxes, and you pay the fuel. So even though EPRA has given them a price, don't forget they only receive benefit as they sell the product in the pump, which is on a liter by liter basis. But they've imported a ship or part of a ship. So they pay that upfront and they recoup their costs
as they sell.
Exactly. And that's why it's petrol station business. Anybody who has been in a petrol station business will tell you cash management is key in this thing. I know many people who have left their stations to their relatives, and because it's a cash business, they lend themselves money, and and after a while, they just don't have enough money to buy a truck of fuel for their station, so they go bankrupt. This is the reality of business. Now, you asked the question, so what happens if the price changes? I'll give you an example. So now, the major oil companies, because they're the ones taking the burden, have had now to eat into their March cargoes, next month's pricing, which is higher.
Okay.
Yeah. So they are obviously making a loss somewhere. But they understand that in business, you'll have some losses and you'll have some wins. So it's in life, you're going to go to some weddings and you're going to go to some funerals. That's generally how life is.
Yeah.
But because they understand this and they have the financial capability to weather the storm, they will then benefit in the following pricing cycle in May, when EPRA are calculating the prices. They will then be using April cargoes.
So there's a compensatory element.
Exactly, at a higher March cargo price.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
So yes, you may make losses in this month, but you will make a profit in the following month. Generally, you need to be in this business for the long haul, not just it's something I'm doing while I'm building flats.
So if this hiccup that we have seen, where we are currently, because we're still looking at that problem even today, if this hiccup that we are currently in has not been ironed out, what is the element then that you are able to use to predict, to say that by Wednesday we will not be having this issue?
Like Kenya Pipeline told you, they have 90 million liters of fuel in the country. 90 million. Each car, let's say there are 2 million cars in Kenya. It's about the population of cars in Kenya. 2 million, 60 liters per car. By the time they finish 90 million liters, it'll be a long time. So the way I'm calculating and the pace at which we are consuming the fuel, by Wednesday we'll have filled every receptacle in Kenya with fuel.
I want to ask this question directly.
Yes.
Is this fuel subsidy a contributing factor to what we are seeing today?
Not at all.
Zero.
It depends who you're talking to. If you're talking to the like I told you, the smaller players, of course they have cash flow issues. And they would like us to defray some of those cash flow issues through the subsidy. Yeah, but it is not the full story, because I'll give you an example.
Are they owed?
Yeah, they're owed.
They're owed some money.
They're owed some money. Now, say, for example, Eric, we pay them today, and we will pay them today. Yeah. They still have to contend with a higher import oil price than they are currently experiencing. They still have to buy those cargoes that are in the high seas. They still have to pay their taxes up front. It doesn't address the full issue. I think maybe the issue that we need to address is, how do I manage my business? That is the most important thing.
And are we saying that across board? Because I think this now is the third time that you've mentioned this, PS, is that, it's a cash management issue, and people who work in the business then have to deal with the element of cash management. Can we then say across board? Because we're looking at a countrywide issue. This is not Nairobi or dormitory towns of Nairobi. We're talking about countrywide. Are we saying that it's a cash management issue for every operator who has dealt with this shortage?
Absolutely. You see, the thing is, there's nothing unusual. There's nothing special about whether you are in Bungoma or whether you are in Nairobi or whether you are in Turkana. There's nothing different about it. You have to still buy your fuel wherever you are. Now, this is the difference. Why Nairobi is not experiencing that much of a problem is because there is a higher concentration of larger oil company stations in Nairobi.
Yeah.
How did that happen? I mean, what is the accident that created this? If you remember 20 years ago, we had a whole issue about, or maybe you guys are young guys, maybe you can't remember.
We can remember 20 years ago.
Come on. So 20 years ago, there was a whole issue about people saying they are destining their cargoes for Uganda.
Yep.
And they never get there. And they get dumped in the petrol stations because of the duty differential. So a lot of major oil companies said, you know what, it's not worth our while to invest in this kind of business when product is being dumped in our stations. So they exited. They exited Western Kenya. And that is the legacy that you are seeing there today. So there's a larger concentration of smaller private oil companies in Western Kenya than they are in the urban areas of Mombasa, Nairobi, Eldoret. But once you pass there, then you begin to see the differentials. Yeah? And you can do your own analysis and see this is actually the case. And in fact, if you saw how this whole thing started, it started from Eldoret going west.
Yeah,
that's how this thing started.
Yeah.
And this is exactly the reason why. So the evidence bears itself out as to what is really going on.
But then there's something else. I mean, all those reforms that are brought in by the Ministry of Energy, later the Ministry of Petroleum, the government, from Kibaki administration to today, like you're saying, has leveled the playing field, that everybody is then playing at the same level, has encouraged investment by the small players. So we don't just have the big multinationals who are controlling the market. We've got independent Kenyan companies that are being set up to run in the petroleum sector. So those are positives.
Yes.
Now, those positives, the gains that have been made in the last 20 years are basically just being exposed bare just like that by one move. Is that not a bad thing for all the reforms that have taken place in the sector?
Let me give you, we don't live in an island. Let me tell you what's happened, for example, in the UK. So in the UK, because of all the crises of what's happening with the extremely quick economic recovery from COVID and the Ukraine issue, the gas prices have spiked. Natural gas prices have spiked. So the government went and said, okay, we are removing price caps, because what would happen is that for heating and for cooking in the UK, you had a price cap because prices had been stable for a long time. So the government said, we are removing price cap, so you as the consumer are no longer protected from increase of prices.
Yeah.
Do you know what happened? 60% of gas suppliers went out of business. Many people saw their fuel bills go up 60-70% overnight.
Yep.
Yeah. There is nobody who can predict everything that's going to happen in the world. What we do our best endeavor basis to find out what could possibly go wrong, and we address that. And anyway, the legal notices that are out there that control the way the oil works are not stagnant. They are constantly being addressed. Like now, we've just redone the open tender system to cater for some of the abuses that we saw that were there in the last OTS system. And we will continue. And I know EPRA are currently doing an audit since yesterday on who has been hoarding fuel. Yeah, because really, there could be an element of hoarding. Yeah, because if you think that, well, I can hold on to my fuel and maybe the government will increase the price on the 14th of April, let me hold on to it.
And
make some more money later. Yeah, so EPRA will be doing that. And you saw they had a very strongly worded press release. We will be revoking licenses if that is the case. Yeah, because we cannot have this kind of behavior that is ongoing. Yes, we understand the financial pain, but like I said, you cannot just be only selling when you're making money, and when you're making more money than you should, you don't give that money back to Mwananchi. No, you do not.
Let's take a break at this point. It is 8:30. Kenya's biggest conversation. In the studio with us is the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Petroleum and Mining, Andrew Kamau. We are talking about the fuel outages or stockouts in various petrol stations around the country. And he's explaining to us, the whole thing has been said. It's about the subsidy. The government has not paid subsidy. The government owes the oil marketing companies. He says, yes, but this is not the reason why there's a shortage. And he's explaining why. Let's continue this conversation after the break so we can understand. So what is the government doing? Because today there are people who need to travel and they cannot travel just because they don't have access to fuel. We'll be back shortly.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
The group of leaders we are having now, these are just like the polymers. The chemical composition is the same.
Are you corruptible?
Hopefully not. And maybe that's part of the problem.
People who have done about 300 speeches and they are not saying anything. What makes you think that they will come in with something really dramatic?
Don't miss out on the latest from Kenya's biggest conversation. SMS TSR to 22840.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
This nation has never healed genuinely from the 2008 violence. We've never had a healing process. We swept it under the rug.
Let me tell you, the handshake was the most disastrous political event in the history of country after the coup attempt of 1982.
There's no Kikuyu pothole, Luo lack of water, or Kamba, lack of traffic. Yeah. There is no Luya lack of drugs in the hospitals. Or Jaluo one. All our issues are the same issues.
If you are in a room and just about everybody in that room has a court case or another, what impression does that give you?
What are you saying? Why haven't you done it in the last 20 years? But they're telling us, like August, some miracle is going to happen. My friend, I want to tell Kenyans, you'll be
20 degrees and cloudy conditions in Nairobi, highs of 26 and lows of 16 today. It's sunny in Nakuru at 17. We'll see highs of 29 and lows of 13. 13 will also be the low in a partly sunny Nyeri, where it's 15 degrees, going to highs of 25 today. We'll see highs of 27 in Eldoret. It's sunny at 16 and lows of 13. It's raining in Mombasa at 29, highs of 33 and lows of 26. And Malindi, light rain as well at 30, highs of 33 and lows of 28. Kisumu is sunny at 21, highs of 30 and lows of 19. And we're looking at a mostly sunny Kakamega at 22, highs of 33 and lows of 15. It's sunny in Kampala at 22, highs of 29 and lows of 20. And it's sunny in Dar es Salaam as well at 28. We'll see highs of 33 and lows of 25. Johannesburg, raining at 15, highs of 16 and lows of 12. Mostly clear conditions in Lagos at 27. Highs of 33. We'll also see highs of 33 in Kinshasa, where it's sunny at 23, and that'll be today's low.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM.
Still continues on Mombasa Road this morning. We're seeing in and outbound traffic. all the way through to General Motors. There is the option of the Southern Bypass getting into the city. If you've not yet hit Cabanas, you want to use the ICD route to get out quickly. Langata Road, asleep for a few hours, and then 8 o'clock hits, and boom, quite some traffic heading out in towards the city. And Rilo Dingaway is taking off a lot of that. Uhuru Highway now, we're looking at bumper to bumper all the way through to Haile Selassie at that junction, out towards Westlands. Really heavy coming out of Ring Road Westlands, and then we're going to see that Chiroma Road traffic now building up. The Thika Superhighway, that continues as it does on Limuru Road now. In traffic hour for a while now longer. Let's see what it looks like in a short while. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
All right, it's 25 minutes to 9. Conversation with me. Our guest is the Principal Secretary for Petroleum and Mining, Andrew Kamau. We are talking about the issue at the pump. What are the causes and what are the mitigation measures that the government is putting? So, but appears you've explained to us a number of things, and you've said several factors are contributing to what we are seeing. Number one, the independent and the small petroleum dealers in the country not being able to access fuel because cash flow. Number two, the rise in the global oil prices, which is also now then affecting what is being consumed in the country. You'll explain that in greater detail in a short while. But also, there's the issue of the subsidies and the fact that, yes, you've been paying subsidies a couple of days down the road and not upfront. And this could also be affecting the cash flow of the oil marketing companies. So, how exactly have you been paying the subsidies in the last 1 year? How much do you owe the oil marketing companies as we speak today?
So we owe them today 13 billion, thereabouts. I'm not sure of the exact number, but it's in the range of 13 to 15 billion.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 13 to 15 billion, that's a lot of money for an industry. In some industries, that would collapse an industry.
Not really, because if you imagine that the price of fuel is 134 shillings per litre and the subsidy is around 12, 15 shillings.
Yep.
So it's 10%.
Okay.
So the actual monthly turnover of imported fuel in Kenya is in the range of 10 times that, 130 billion.
But this 12 shillings is the margin that the oil marketing company will make.
Exactly.
This is their profit.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. So, and that they are still paying taxes up front.
Exactly.
They still have to do all those things.
Yeah.
So basically what we're saying is that government is holding back onto the profit that I should have made until some point down the road.
And that's why I told you that it's unfortunate and I feel their pain. But I think the government's first priority is to the Kenyans, is to us who are, distribution costs and all the rest of the thing. And this is the other thing that I said, that you have to have proper banking facilities. And like I told you, it's about cash management. Yeah. Yes, it's your entire margin, but the smaller players, it's unfortunate for them, but because they don't have those banking relationships. So we're meeting with them on Wednesday to sit down with them and say, look, how can we help you? Who do we need to speak to? Who are your banking relationship people? Can they, against the subsidy delay, can they give you some kind of line? So this is the things that we can do as the government. We can speak to some banks about it.
Can I ask, why should there be a delay on these payments?
So why is there a delay?
Why is there a delay in the first place?
So what happens? The way it works is this. So on the 14th, the price changes. And depending on whether it's going to go up for the full whack, like Eric said, it went up 5 shillings and the balance was then kept for the subsidy. EPRA then do a calibration of, they do the calculation. This is who is owed how much, depending on what they imported. Yeah. Now, those numbers have to be verified with KRA. Is it true that Eric imported 10 million liters? Is it true that Shell imported 20 million liters. Once that calculation is done, we then present it to the National Treasury, who then agree, okay, yeah, we think the numbers stack up. Because don't forget, when you're in private sector, you have, if you make a mistake and you pay the wrong person, you get fired. I'm the accounting officer. If I pay the wrong person, I go to jail. It's a very different thing. It's between, how they say, what is the difference between a pig and a chicken laying eggs? Yeah, one is total commitment and the other one is a donation. Yeah, so this is the situation that we're in. So we have to be very careful on how we deal with public funds.
Okay.
Yeah, and that is why there is always a delay. There is at least a 1 month delay every single time because of the process that needs to happen.
Now, this is for verification purposes, like you're explaining.
Exactly. And the way the process works, EPRA have to always give us their numbers. They have to make sure that their numbers stack up. And generally, that's how it is.
So why haven't we seen, if we're looking at this as a normal process, right? This happens all the
Good
time.
question.
So why is it at this time that we are seeing this hiccup, if this is normal?
Okay, I'll tell you why. The subsidy part doesn't change that much. It's always about 12 shillings, 10 shillings, sometimes 3 shillings, depending on where the oil prices have been. So let's look at where the oil prices have come since April. $70 a barrel. What were they in this month? $130 a barrel. Yeah. So I have to take out money to buy. I had money for $70 a barrel. Now I have to come up with money for $130 a barrel. That's a huge increase.
$60.
Yeah, and you see, the thing is, you're not buying on replacement costs. Do you know what I mean? Because you just don't know what the price will be next month. It's just generally how. And in Kenya, we don't employ hedging or price risk management tools. So you will get the price that you will get
when you get it.
When
the
you
market.
get it. Exactly. So you have to plan yourself. How much money am I going to put aside? But the great thing is, the prices have been pretty stable for the last 3-4 years, other than during COVID. Yeah, before COVID, the prices were pretty much around $60 per barrel for 5 years. So you knew it was predictable. Your cash flows were predictable. You knew how much money you needed to put aside, how much your profit would be, your real profit would be. Now, with the rapid increase in fuel prices escalating every single day, you just don't know how much you will need next month. But you still have outlets. You still have 5 stations. You still have 3 stations, which will require fuel every single month. So you have to then dig deep in your pocket, either get bank borrowings or put aside some reserves, cash reserves. And unfortunately, we are where we are, where prices have escalated in the last 6 weeks from $100 or $90 a barrel to $130 a barrel. That's a 40% increase. I don't care which business you're in. Even if you were selling mangoes or potatoes and the price went up 40% and you had to come up with that cash, you would still struggle. So it's not this is the difference that has happened between April last year, where the subsidies continued, and now in January this year. Yeah.
Is this the situation which is then leading to those who've been opposed to the government controls in the petroleum sector to actually stand up and say, see what we told you? Saying, look, the open tender system and the price regulations are not good for this kind of economy. Would you say that this is an opportunity that is actually exposing the weaknesses of this system?
No, in fact, this is the reason why it is a good system. Because you imagine, like what's happening in South Africa. There's price control, but there is no subsidy. What is the price of fuel in South Africa today? It's 178 shillings per litre. What is the price of fuel in Uganda today? It's 160 shillings per litre. We are at 134. They are at 160. They have no price control there. There's nothing, if you look at it, from the time, like I told you, from January, the price has gone up from $90 a barrel to $130 a barrel. We would be paying in this country, without price control, at least 170, 180 shillings per litre. This is the reality. Yeah. I don't know if we get it. And the thing is, you have to understand another issue is this. We started to collect this levy in June 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Started applying it?
In June, and started applying it in April 2021.
Mm-hmm.
So you were paying 5 shillings, but now the benefit you're getting is 15 shillings, 12 shillings. That's the benefit you're getting as the Kenyan motorist. Yes, you've been paying 5 all this time. Now it's coming back to you as that's what insurance is about. Yeah.
Yep.
And we could have done a better deal, but because we understand the politics in Kenya, by the time we had set up, for example, if we had set up an option process, a proper price risk management tool, it would have cost this country arguably, because we did the calculation, 70 million shillings per day. Just to hedge diesel.
Okay.
When we started this process, don't forget, crude was at what, $30 per barrel?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did we know it would get to $70?
To 70.
And if it had not got to $70 during the life of that option, which was 18 months, all of you would have said, hawa watu wa petroleum wamekula hiyo pesa.
Of course.
Yeah. Exactly. But nobody ever says that about insurance or health insurance. But we all try and get it. That's why we have NHIF.
Sure.
Yeah.
But as you speak about insurance, then I'm led to ask then, knowing very well the volatility of this sector, that it could be one thing today and it could be another thing next month, then are there things put in place to kind of cushion what you wouldn't know would happen, which is what insurance does exactly. That you don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. So as government, are there controls that are put in place? Are there insurances that are put in place so that when it's $70 today and $130 tomorrow, whereas so we don't have to have this situation whereby people are uncomfortable and there's a hiccup in the country to say, okay, guys, this is something that we can set aside as a just in case. Do things like that exist?
Oh, yes. Price risk management tools, they exist.
Are they used and applied in Kenya?
No, they're not.
Why?
I'll tell you why. Imagine, so for example, in Kenya there are, 390 members of parliament. Do you remember when we put the 5 shillings?
Those are many.
There's something like that. Yeah. Do you remember when we put the 5 shillings?
Yep.
Everybody was on radio, they were on TV, the government, what's happening. And that was an internal hedge. And the reason we put the internal hedge is because it was easier to explain an internal hedge than to try and explain an option. A price risk management tool where you go out and buy the underlying fuel hedge. And that's what I'm saying. If you have to understand where you live and the politics of the country that you're in, it would have been extremely difficult if the COVID situation continued to prevail in the world and the prices remained at a low level. And yet we had paid this insurance premium. And I told you the insurance premium was going to cost this country something like 70 million shillings per day. Yeah. But if the prices went up, we would then reap the benefits of an insurance program. But if they didn't, it would have been a whole other story. Because don't forget, we live in a very transparent country. We have a free press. We have government accounts are audited every single year. It would have come out. You'd have been asking, where did this, whatever it was, 24 billion go to? Or 48 billion in a year? Where did it go to?
If you look at the total amount of money that I spend at the pump per litre, and I'm just looking at the latest one by IPRA. So I'm paying 134 shillings and 72 cents for a litre of super petrol.
Yes.
At a fuel station.
Yes.
The landed cost of that product is 78 bob and 14 cents.
Yes.
And this includes everything.
Yeah.
Purchase price, freight, insurance, everything. And then between 78 and 134 is some 59 shillings and 71 cents. That is taxes and levies.
And margin.
Yeah. This is a lot of money.
Yes.
Why is the government taking up so much money? Because let's look at the levies. Just taking them through. Excise duty for a litre of super petrol, 21 shillings and 95 cents. Road maintenance levy, 18 bob. Petroleum development levy, and this is one that we use for the subsidy, right? It's 5 shillings and 40 cents. We have petroleum regulatory levy, 25 cents. Railway development levy, 1 shilling and 49 cents. Merchant shipping levy, 3 cents. 2 shillings and 61 cents for import declaration fee. And then there's VAT at 9 shillings and 98. This is a lot of money, PS. Is there nothing that the government can forego here in terms of income and to make it easier for the consumer?
Okay, Eric. Government finances the exchequer in 2 ways: taxation or borrowing. This is like the English say, it's like being between the devil and the deep blue sea.
Yes.
Now, we know from everything we read in the press, we hear on TV, Kenyans just don't want borrowing. Oh, we borrowed, we are,
Yes.
But we also don't want to pay tax. And of course, by the way, we must also have good roads. We must have SGR.
Yeah.
We must have free primary school education.
Yes.
We want all those things. Mm-hmm. We all run households. Yeah?
Yes.
We all run households. There are certain things that you can't tell your kids, Eric, this time, you relax at home.
Don't go to school.
Don't go to school. Hakuna pesa. You have to, as a parent, you have to figure out how you are going to fund that.
Yeah.
And this is one way that we can fund it. And by the way, Kenya is not unusual as a country in taxing fuel. It's a worldwide practice. Yeah. Because are you going to tax bread?
Well, that's what you're doing indirectly, yeah.
No, indirectly, yes. But at the end of the day, how many people in Kenya pay income tax?
Not many.
There you go.
Yeah.
So those of us like you, like who do pay income tax, the 6% or the 7% of Kenyans who pay income tax, to alleviate your burden, there has to be a tax somewhere else. And that's why things like VAT are very popular. And that's why fuel levies are very popular. That's why tax on alcohol, cigarettes, and all these things are very popular with governments. You have to figure out one way or the other. Now, of course, you can write to your local MP and say, that tarmac road that you are promising us, we don't need it. Just go and talk to when the budget comes, tell them to reduce the price of do you think it's going to happen?
No. PS. Is it justified really to have 60 shillings as taxes and levies when
From
landed
134.
cost is 78 bob? 78 shillings is landed cost. Add another 60 bob as taxes and levies. Is that really justified? Is 60 bob a justified figure?
The money has to be found somewhere else then. It's a balancing act. And that's why I keep telling people, governing is a very difficult job. I was telling a friend of mine the other day that there are 2 jobs you don't want anywhere. The president of the country and the coach of the national football team. Because as far as everyone is concerned, they can do the job better than you.
Yep.
Yeah. Everyone is always second guessing. It's like having a company with 300 directors on your board. Everyone has an opinion on how the company should be run. But I always say, if there was another way to do it, believe me, we would have found it.
Whose interests lie at the heart of operations when it comes to this?
In terms of?
In terms of the taxes that are applied, in terms of the services that you were saying come as a result of that high tax, right? Whose interests lie at the center of all of this?
Mwananchi. Mwananchi. Yeah.
Because when you say Mwananchi, and this is the conversation that we keep having here, if we say it's Mwananchi, when Mwananchi is paying 60 bob per litre of petrol at the pump, or let me just look at diesel because we still have to talk about diesel, or 41 bob for a litre of diesel, this is passed on. If it's a transport sector, they pass it on to the consumer. If it's a manufacturer, they pass it on to the consumer. If it's the Ubers and the boda they pass it on to the consumer. So how are you
Immediately.
taking care of the Mwananchi if you're making it expensive for the Mwananchi to actually have ease of transport?
Okay, so you have a reduced tax. So you don't have the good roads that you have. So what happens as the Mwananchi, on my way here, I hit maybe 30 potholes. Whatever money I was paying in that 60 shillings, now I have to buy new shock absorbers, I have to buy new tires, I have to buy wear and tear on my vehicle. There's no getting around this thing, my friends. Yeah.
But is it clearly evident, translatable, that we say this 60 shillings that you're paying on top of the 78?
Yeah.
Can we go back clearly and say that here was all this bucket where all this money went in? And then you can see the clear lines, projects through which these monies went to pay. Because you had said something earlier that Kenyans don't want to pay tax. And I actually do feel that Kenyans wouldn't have a problem paying tax if there's a relatable action to what that money that they had spent goes to.
I'll give you
that they can see very clearly, that they don't have to complain tomorrow
I'll give you
about
an
1, 2,
example.
3, if they can see where the money is going.
You know, I'm old enough to remember when our roads were completely potholed. We drove on the little slivers of road that were there that didn't have a pothole. In fact, it was interesting that the only people who drive straight in Kenya are people who are drunk. Unlike other places where drunks are the ones who are weaving because they don't see the potholes. Normal people would weave through the potholes. I'm old enough to remember that. I'm old enough to remember where it took you 14 hours to come from Nairobi to Mombasa on the train. Yeah, there are so many things when there was no free education. I remember those days. Yeah. If you drive around Kenya, please, and I ask you to drive around Kenya and see for yourself the level of development that has been there in terms of building of infrastructure. If that was not the case, and unfortunately for us as Kenyans, let me tell you one thing I really like about us. We always want more. We always want better, which is a good thing. We are not satisfied with what we have. And that's why our country is where it is. But there is a direct correlation with, if you look at it like this, money goes to the exchequer. Every year, the budget is read. But what is the budget making process? It goes to Parliament. Parliament look at it, they interrogate it, we go through public participation, we then pass the budget. The government raises the money through taxation or borrowing. They spend the money on projects. At the end of the year, the Office of the Auditor General comes and audits the projects. They say, you said you are going to do A, B, C. Did you do it?
Yes.
Yes or no? If it's no, you're flagged. You then go to the Public Accounts Committee if you're a ministry, or you go to the Public Investment Committee if you're a parastatal. And you explain what happened. This is the money that you had been given in trust. What did you do with it? You know? And this is the part that I feel, maybe as government, we're not doing a good job in telling people all the good things that have taken place. Yeah? Because if I live only in Moranga, I don't know what's going on in Mombasa. Yeah? If I live in Mombasa, I don't know what's going on in Kapenguria. Yeah, because I've been to these places. I'm amazed. I never went to Kapenguria before I joined the government. But the roads are amazing. You know, there are airports being built, like, for example, Kitale Airport is being redone. You know, for those of you who go there, it's amazing. I'm always amazed.
There's development taking place.
Yes, in this country.
And is it directly from the taxes that Kenyans are paying, I think is the question.
So, like I said, there are two ways to receive the money, either through taxation or through borrowing.
Right.
Yeah.
Is it important to ring fence this petroleum development levy so that it's only used as a subsidy?
That's what it's currently being used for.
Is it important to ring fence it?
It's important.
So that it's only used, you only dip your hand to finance the subsidy.
It is important.
Why is it not done?
But it's the case. The only part that is not being used is the 40 cents, which was there from before. But actually, all the money is going towards a subsidy.
Every time?
Every time.
Because this was a question in Parliament the other day. Like, where was the money? And the CS Treasury, plus yourself, you had back and forth on where the money was.
Look, what happens is, It's there, the Levy Act. If you go to the Levy Act, because it is governed by an act.
Mm-hmm.
Have a look at it. There is no other way to use that money unless the Cabinet Secretary for Petroleum deems it otherwise. But it's there only for the levy.
Okay.
Yes. Only for the subsidy.
Final words in 30 seconds, Bona PS.
Yeah.
People who are today going to be driving from one petrol station to another or walking around in jerry cans, what would you like to tell them?
If you do not need the fuel today, there is no need to do rush buying. That's the first thing. If you usually buy 1,000 shillings, buy 1,000 shillings. If you buy full tank, then you can buy full tank. Continue with your normal pattern of purchase. This issue will be resolved, like I said, by Wednesday, Thursday. And I'm always happy to come back.
Please.
Yeah.
We'll actually invite you back next week and tell you, you said Thursday, we are in Tuesday. Andrew Kamau, Principal Secretary for Petroleum and Mining, thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keep it here for more conversations, and thank you very much to our audience on KTN Home. The conversations continue on SpiceFM. It's now 9 a.m.
Thanks, guys.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newsroom Dennis Aseto. Kenya's ambassador to Qatar, Patrick Ahenda, is dead. His family says the former Kasibul Kabondo Member of Parliament succumbed to heat stroke and passed away while receiving treatment at a hospital in Doha. Ahenda is said to have died after spending the weekend in the intensive care unit. He served as Kasipul Kabondo MP between 2005 and 2007 on a Liberal Democratic Party ticket. Our thoughts and prayers to the family. Now, Speaker of the National Assembly, Justin Muturi, now wants the government to crack down on any oil industry players suspected of sabotage to cause a fuel crisis. Muturi termed it as disturbing to see motorists queuing for fuel, yet the government and the Kenya Pipeline Company have denied that there is a biting shortage of fuel. Muturi said if there is suspected sabotage, then the government must swing in fast with drastic action to save Kenyans the agony they are facing. Now, Mombasa politician Suleiman Shabal, who is vying for governorship against Mvita MP Abdul Somad Sharif Nasir, has revealed that the ODM National Election Board attempted to convince him to step aside for his challenger to avoid the primaries. But Shabal said he will not let it go and asked ODM to call for competitive primaries between him and Nasir and for other positions instead of dishing direct tickets. He said his team, which met the NEC members in Nairobi last week, rejected its push for him to leave the race for his competitor on the basis of opinion polls conducted in February and March this year, whose results showed that the MP was ahead. Shabal warned against dishing out direct nominations, saying that could undermine its chances of winning seats in the August 9th general election. Aspirants in his political camp who had converged at his campaign secretariat demanded free and fair ODM primaries to be held after rejecting a consensus move. Now, senior leaders have condemned the attack on Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga and called for political tolerance among politicians soliciting for votes ahead of the August 9th general election. Led by Ugenya Member of Parliament David Ochieng and Siaya Orange Democratic Movement gubernatorial aspirant George Mugoya, the leaders called on the security agencies to ensure that all those responsible for the attack on former Prime Minister's helicopter were brought to book so as to win the confidence of Kenyans that impunity will not be tolerated ahead of and after the elections. Speaking during a tour of Lagos, Songa and Bondo sub-counties to popularize his candidature, George Mugoya, who is seeking to succeed Siaya Governor Cornel Rasanga, said on leaders to be tolerant and allow their opponents to campaign freely. A Kitui teacher has moved to court to sue his employer, the Teacher Service Commission, for unfair termination after he was accused of molesting a student. Through an application filed at the Employment and Labour Relations Court, Nicholas Kivuva wants the commission to reinstate him, arguing that the accusations leading to his November 2020 termination were false. He is accused of having sexual affairs with the student and impregnating her, something the student reportedly refuted, but the authorities have turned a blind eye on. Kivuva, who until his termination was a teacher at Katulani Boys Secondary School, claims that his suffering is as a result of malicious victimization by a principal of the previous school where he had taught, with whom they disagreed ideologically. The teacher submits that even after he sought transfer to Katulani, the principal threatened to pursue him. And Hong Kong leader Carrie Lam, who has governed the global financial hub through the unprecedented upheaval of anti-government protest and COVID-19, has said she will not seek a second 5-year term of office. Lam's announcement came as Chief Secretary John Lee, Hong Kong's second most senior official, was set to resign to join the race to replace Lam in May and become the Chinese-ruled city's next leader. Lam, born in British-ruled Hong Kong in 1957 and a lifelong civil servant who describes herself as a devout Catholic, took office in 2017 with the pledge to unite a city that was growing increasingly resentful of Beijing's tightening grip. 2 years later, millions took to the streets in sometimes violent anti-government protests that ultimately led Beijing to impose a sweeping national security law in June 2020, giving it more power than ever to shape life in Hong Kong. To sports, and Ulinzi Starlets began the second leg of the Kenyan Women Premier League season in dream fashion when they demolished Kangemi Ladies 7-0 at the Ruaraka grounds in Nairobi. Starlets led 3-0 at halftime thanks to goals from Silia Rasoha, Cheryl Andiba and Emily Auma. They pulled further away after the restart, with Lanolin Okoh hitting a double, while Margaret Ondiro and Mary Akumu completed their rout with a goal each. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, still in traffic hour, and we're looking at it really heavy, still coming off Ngongoro this morning and getting into the city. Uhuru Highway here and there. As you get to the roundabouts, we'll see some traffic getting into the city. The Thika Superhighway looking really good for a Monday morning is what folks are saying today. Not too bad until just there at the Pangani underpass, but then you won't have an issue thereafter. Juja Road a little bit here and there. Off Ring Road Westlands, much better this morning. So, traffic hour looks like it's ending early today, not too much getting into the city and out. Let's take a look in a half an hour. SpiceFM KE on Twitter, text 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
It is 7 minutes
is
after
the
9.
Situation.
Thank you very much for keeping it locked on Spice FM around the country on Spice FM 94.4 Nairobi, 87.9 in Mombasa, 102.5 in Kisumu, Nakuru 96.0, 96.7 in Eldoret, Nyeri 90.9 and Malindi 97.7. Also, we are live on YouTube, Facebook. Spice FM KE is a channel and a page. We're also live on www.spicefm.co.ke. City Muga is away this week. He is taking a break, but we continue. Ndu Okoh and Eric Latiff. And I have the day's proverb. It's from Malawi. As a child, is a man wrapped in his mother's womb. As an adult, in tradition, come death and he is wrapped in earth. As a child, is a man wrapped in his mother's womb. As an adult, in tradition, come death, he's wrapped in earth.
Always wrapped up in something.
Always in something. always in something. There's always got to be something wrapping you. It's either confined, you're basically confined. You've got to operate within these circumstances or within these parameters. When you're in your womb, you have to operate within the parameters of the womb. When you're down under, you have that space.
It's the earth.
It's not in the entire 6 feet, by the way.
No,
it's
no, no.
just where you are. Okay? And when you are an adult, you are also confined to what?
Those spaces.
The tradition.
Traditional
You've
spaces.
got to operate within. This is our tradition. These are our customs. You've got to do these things this way. You don't veer off what has been set as custom and tradition.
Good one.
Yeah.
Yep.
We have a new guest in the studio, and this is the MP from Makadara constituency, the Honorable George Alladwa. He is with us in the studio. Mheshimiwa, good morning.
Good morning too.
It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you.
That is called the hot seat.
Yes.
And we like having duty bearers on the hot seat so we can have conversations on one or two things affecting the country.
Yes.
You are also a party officials in ODM for Nairobi.
I'm the chair of the party, Nairobi County.
I told you.
Well done.
I know the man. So ODM Nairobi chairman and MP for Makadara, George Alladwa is here with us. We've seen a lot of things happening in the country, and we'll be talking about them. The incident in Eldoret, the reaction, the conversations around it, even what the president was saying yesterday when he attended church in Pipeline and what he said. Also, we are seeing as the political season hots up, there's a lot that's happening. There's what we are seeing in terms of ODM and the nomination and how the nominations are being conducted and whether the conversations are taking place or whether it's just a decision or by the your party elections board to not have nomination exercise in some parts or so. In fact, we can even start with that.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me to SpiceFM radio today. I thank God this morning. This is my first time to be here. I've been here for long, but today I can see some changes around. And it's so amazing and wonderful.
Good.
Yes, I'm starting with the nomination process. We started our nominations, our primaries last week. And when we met at National Governing Council, we agreed we have four patterns of electing our nominees for MCAs, MPs, senators, governors, senators, and women rep. We agreed we go by consensus. We can go by delegate meeting delegates of ward or constituency to nominate the candidates. So it's in order that every delegate in ODM, when we met at Kasarani, we agreed as resolutions were passed so that we can go that way to nominate our candidates.
Okay. So who determines where nominations are going to take place?
The National Election Board. The National Election Board, coordinating with the county coordinating team, the party structure. From the ward, you see, we have the ward level. That is, we have chairman with the 60 delegates. They agree with the National Election Board, the venue to conduct the primaries.
Okay. So specific to Nairobi, because I'm sure now you are, part of the leadership of ODM in Nairobi. Are you conducting nominations for all seats in Nairobi, or are there some that there is some negotiations that are taking place?
There are some negotiations are taking place, and consensus are still on course. And our Nairobi will be on 20th of this month. It will be the last one because it's very hot. Nairobi is very hot, and we have a lot of interests. So our nomination will take place on 20th this month.
The rumors are already flying, and maybe in some cases not just rumors, but we already see that direct nominations are taking place and that it's going to cause some hiccups along the lines. What do you have to say about that? I mean, here we are, certain individuals saying they knew they would come to a point whereby they would compete at that level.
Yeah,
but then now the talk of direct nominations is happening, and then you want to ask why?
Yeah, let's say, for example, like me, I saw my name that I was given a direct nomination. But for me, I'm preparing for nomination on 20th. I know we have 3 candidates, me, Mheshimiwa Ndolo, and another man called Jack. We are three and contesting on ODM for parliamentary seat in Makadara. So about the direct nomination, I cannot talk much because I know it's part of the party to nominate or to give direct nomination to anybody among the party structure.
Party structure.
Yes.
So for you, you're prepared to face Ruben Ndolo and,
yes,
and Jack.
I faced him last election.
This battle of yours has actually been a quite interesting one. Ruben Ndolo and George Alladwa.
Yes. It has been there. Like 2017, we went for nomination. I defeated him. And I'm ready even to defeat him this one. Because, this is politics, And some people say because Alladwa is very close to the party leader, he'll be given direct nomination. No, I've not been given direct nomination. I saw the list last week, but I can assure my people that I was not given direct nomination.
Okay.
Yes.
You're waiting for the Kenya
I'm waiting
Nyeri.
for nomination day.
All right.
That is 20th this month.
Let's talk about how parties are conducting their campaigns now. Various individuals and various political parties. We saw what happened in Eldoret over the weekend, where now we have members of parliament and a speaker who've been summoned by the DCI to go and record statement about what they know or may not have noticed or observed around this incident where the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya presidential hopeful Raila Odinga's helicopter was pelted with stones, forcing the pilot to abort takeoff. The president even talking about it yesterday. I mean, this was a potentially risky issue that took place. The deputy president coming out immediately to say, you know what happened, we condemn it and we apologize to Raila for what happened. The speaker of the governor of Wasingishu County coming to say, I always abhor violence and we talk against violence. What do you think was happening in this particular case?
I think, you see, they think that Wasingishu or Soi, it's a Ruto staff. This Ruto staff home, and you cannot go there and ask for votes. And this is something I condemned. I condemn very strongly because when I see my competitor coming to ask for votes in my area, it's not wrong. So I want to tell Sudi and Kositani to style up their politics. Because when you come out and say, where you start brushing yourself and saying that you don't care, it's very wrong. Because when somebody like Raila goes to Wasingishu and is torn, the helicopter is torn by youths, it's very wrong. We need peace in this country. We need people to campaign with peace. You can go to Kakamega, you can go to Mombasa and ask for votes. We are all Kenyans. And when the election day comes, then the person will be voted as the president. We'll all support him because he'll be a Kenyan.
How much influence do you think leaders have over their supporters? In the sense that, do you think then that leaders bear the responsibility of then how their supporters behave?
Of course, yes. You see, when you want to show your muscles, you can hire youths and they cause trouble. And that's why we are calling up upon all the leaders to campaign peacefully. And you see, when the president was talking yesterday outside the church, he was appealing to all leaders to campaign peacefully so that we can have a peaceful election. When you stone an opponent, when you heckle an opponent, that's not politics. Because we need to get an agenda of the person who is being elected and you let people hear the agendas of the presidential candidates, the MPs, the MCAs, so that they can make their decision. So when you hire youths, you hire people and go and heckle. Because us as politicians, we have that muscles. You can hire youths, go and heckle somebody, but that's not the end. The end is the D-Day for the elections. And that's the way, and that's why I'm appealing for the youths to be patient and see and not be carried out to cause chaos.
What's the inside story to this? I mean, this is not the first time during this campaign period that Raila has gone to Eldoret. He's been there before.
Yes.
The last time he was there, it was widely publicized. There was a huge crowd that were following him around. He was cheered. He came. He campaigned. He left. Completely peaceful. So why would there be an incident this particular time?
You see, things are changing. When he was there, the president has not communicated to people that he's supporting him. Now the president has come out and say he's supporting Raila Amolo Odinga for the presidential candidate as a presidential candidate of Azimio. And that's why the people of Rift Valley, they're feeling that the president let them down. And they are very bitter about the decision. And that's why they came out, where they were hired to cause chaos on Saturday. And that was very bad.
So the bitterness is towards the president,
Yes,
not necessarily towards Raila.
No, it's towards the president supporting Raila.
I see.
Yes.
The time when the deputy president went to campaign in Nyanza, it was largely peaceful, save for that one incident in Kondele, where again there was some sort of skirmishes, some youth heckling and throwing stones as well to the deputy president's motorcade. We did not see the kind of reaction that we are seeing here today.
You see, this is about politics, my brother. And when Ruto was heckled in Kisumu or Kondele, I can't say much of that because I didn't follow what was happening in Kisumu. This one, I saw it in social media yesterday about the helicopter, the one who was carrying our prime minister. And I feel that my appeal to all, from Azimio side and the Kenya Kwanza side, let us have peaceful campaigns. Let us have a peaceful election. And I think after 9th, we'll remain Kenyan. Yes.
There was one thing you said, that you cannot go and campaign in your opponent's side. Not what you would like it to be, but what it currently is. Is that the case? Because I think that's where all of this stems from. That there is a thinking that it is difficult for you to go and campaign in the area of your arch rival, for example. Is that what we are seeing right now?
Yeah, that's what we are seeing right now. And that's
you cannot, that you are uncomfortable going into quote-unquote enemy territory.
Yes, that's why we are saying, and we are appealing to anybody who is campaigning for for the presidential campaign. Let us have peaceful campaign. When Ruto goes to Kakamega, let him campaign, let him say what he wants to say, let him show the people agenda, then let him go peacefully. And that's why we're saying when Raila goes to Rift Valley, let him preach whatever he wants to say in Rift Valley and give his agendas for Azimio as a presidential candidate, and let people be free to go anywhere in this country. This is our country. And I'm also repeating that after 9th, we remain Kenyans.
You know, this is not the only incident. In fact, there's a story in the Standard today that is highlighting some of the incidences that we've seen recently. There was one in Nairobi where a convoy of Nairobi woman rep Esther Passaris was attacked while on the campaign near Deep Sea Slum in Westlands constituency. Attackers allegedly demanding money from Passaris to allow her into the slums. They broke the windscreen of the truck, and quick action from the police is what saved her and her team. They even grabbed the car keys for the truck. They wanted money. This was not about when he no, it was
money.
Let them ndio ingia.
I saw it. What I'm saying, when we are going for campaigns, you give the police your schedule, because you see, when you go alone and you want to ask for votes in Kijijis, Kijijis, we have tough people, and they were demanding that after 5 years, is that when you are coming back to ask us for votes. So what I'm asking for all politicians, when you go somewhere, let people give police the notice that I'm having this schedule for my election, I'm having this schedule this weekend, ask for police. We had our tour last 2 weeks, and we had a very peaceful tour because we had police on our side, because we give them notice and they gave us, they provide us with the security. It's very important. When you go alone, you can face anything. So I'm asking all politicians, because it's risk when you go alone. You can see what happened to Passaris. It was wrong for the youth to demand to take the key from his vehicle, and she was campaigning. It was very wrong. So I'm asking the police to provide security.
Is this a problem that you politicians have created?
How?
That expectation that there's going to be a handout. That expectation that you're going to have mobilizers on the ground that have money, that so when you're coming, there's already a group that has been mobilized with cash to prepare for you, to prepare your way, and to be able to be ready to heckle and deal with anybody who's opposing your agenda. Is that not what you created as politicians?
No, we don't create those situations. Because when you go to campaigns, let's say, for example, you are going to campaign in Kasarani and you're asking for votes for governor or senator, you just organize yourself with your team on the ground. You go there and you sell your agendas. And when you say people are being hired to heckle or you hire people, it's very wrong. We don't hire people. We don't pay people. People come alone. And when you mobilize your people to on the ground to support you, you go there, you talk to them, then you have your team your advance team to the ground, then you talk to them.
How much money do you spend?
No, we don't spend anything.
Really?
Yes, of
during
course.
During these rallies?
It's just logistics.
During these
logistics,
rallies,
you can have logistics.
What does logistics entail?
You see where you have vehicles, where you fuel them, you have your people for lunch, you buy them lunch. You don't give people money to support you. It's just logistics, small logistics here and there.
Have you faced expectations from crowds where they say, all right, yes, you may have organized logistics for your small group of mobilizers and organizers, but the rest of us are expecting something?
No, for me, no.
Never ever.
Never. Because when I go to Makongeni, I go to Mbotela, I go to Maringo, I just go and talk to them. They know me. What I tell them, what I've done. For the last 5 years, I've been the member of parliament for Makadara. So they see the agenda. I've built school, I've constructed roads, I've given them bursary for the schools. So you just sell your agenda.
You know, you've been in parliament, you've also been in the county. Right?
Yes, I've been the mayor.
Yes, you've been in the county. You have been elected as a councillor. You've also been elected by the councillors as the mayor of Nairobi. You've done Nairobi politics. Are you telling me, George, that there is nowhere where you went campaigning and people expected that you're going to leave something?
No, I've never met
50, MCD,
no,
Hakuna.
Hakuna. You see, when you talk to people, yes. I've been elected 9 times in Nairobi. This is my 9th time being sworn in. As a member of parliament and my Nairobi politics, I've never done such a thing.
Do you know people who have?
Do you know people who do it?
No, I've never.
Okay. Now, what would cause? I mean, this is just one example. What we've seen over the weekend. This is one thing that happened. It is not the first time that it happened. Yes. And if we look at the trend that is currently taking place, it is not the last time that it is going to happen. Without some of the things that you're saying need to be introduced. What would cause somebody to pick up something like that and then essentially try to cause harm without any kind of incentive, without any kind of incentive? What would cause somebody to do that?
You see, these people are organized there, and they were ferried. So, some meeting took place somewhere. And the way I was seeing the situation yesterday, these people are ferried. They're accusing the governor of ferrying people to cause chaos, to heckle people, to open opponents, and it happens
for free.
People are. You see, I cannot say because for me, I've not done that.
Okay,
but I was just reading what happened to Baba on Saturday. People are ferried, people are paid to come and cause chaos, and people are were instructed to throw stones at him. And you can imagine, this is a politician like me. So why? Even me, I'm asking, why? Why? Why this?
What do you think needs to happen? Because we're 4 months away from the election, and as it is, things have not even gotten to their maximum heat yet. The likelihood that things might get a little bit more, a little hotter is actually very high. What do you think needs to happen? We know people have been arrested. We know that people have made statements. We know from what we've seen before that there's a volatile situation on ground. You've said yourself, you cannot walk into quote unquote enemy territory and just go and start campaigning, which should not be the case. What do you think needs to happen to calm the situation or to even put it in the minds of people that violence is not the way to go?
We need to have meetings. IBC to come together with the people who are contesting. We need to get police on board. Everybody has to come on board. Then we talk with one language. Because after the end of the day, we'll have just one winner, not two. We'll have one winner. So as politicians who are contesting for several seats, they think that they have to win. They have to win. And when you have that mentality of you have to win, then you just have to cause chaos. Yes.
So in your reading of this, Mheshimiwa George Alladwa,
yes,
this was organized.
Of course.
Whatever happened to Raila on Saturday was organized.
Yes, it was organized.
The only thing we don't know is who organized it.
They said the governor of Washingishu.
Who said?
Mandagor, Sudi. When you were talking yesterday after going to the DCI offices in Washingishu, because he was told to go out to Nakuru.
So police summoned him to answer questions and to give information that he has.
Yes.
And the information that he gave was pointing a finger at
the governor.
At the governor.
Yes.
And the local MP, Kositani,
yes,
pointed a finger at someone else.
Yes.
So we have.
So they knew something. They know something. Yeah? And when you know something, let them go to the police and say who organized the entire thing. Because it was not normal thing that Raila can go to Washingishu for a burial of his friend Kibor and then he's stoned there. That was very wrong. You can imagine the situation.
Indeed.
Yes.
Let's take a break. It's 29 minutes after 9. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, the Situation Room on SpiceFM and online. Our guest is George Alladwa, MP, Makadara constituency, and also Nairobi ODM chairman. We are talking about attacks during political campaigns, how to have peaceful campaign period up to the 9th of August this year. We'd like to open up the phone lines after this break so you can join in 0719 012 600.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
The only way to live your best life is to create a balance between work, love, and play.
Smoking shisha and releasing things on your smoke like a Subaru. Right. You understand what I'm saying? Yes. And you want God to give you a man who has a mission and a vision.
You may create an illusion of because he's younger, he's interested in me or he likes me, but he's using me.
Text the word adult to 22840 to get the latest clips from adults in the room directly to your mobile phone. SMS adults to 22840.
The adults in the room.
Looking at cloudy conditions continuing in Nairobi, highs of 26 and lows of 16 today. At 19, it's sunny in Nakuru, highs of 29 and lows of 13. And we're looking at partly sunny conditions at 17 in Nyeri, going to highs of 25 and lows of 13. At 19, it's sunny in Eldoret, highs of 27 and lows of 13. It continues to rain in Mombasa at 30, highs of 33 and lows of 26. While it's mostly sunny for now, with some rain in Malindi, highs of 33 and lows of 28. Sunny conditions in Kisumu at 25, highs of 30 and lows of 19, while in Kakamega it's sunny at 26, highs of 33 and lows of 15. Mostly sunny conditions are looking into Kampala, highs of 29 and lows of 20, and we'll see highs of 33 and lows of 25 in a rainy Dar es Salaam. It's raining as well in Johannesburg at 15, highs of 16 and lows of 12, while it's cloudy in Lagos at 28. We'll see highs of 33 and lows of 27. 24 and cloudy in Kinshasa, highs of 33 and lows of 23, while it's sunny out in Beijing at 20. We'll see highs of 22 and lows of 9. Still 0 in Paris, highs of 11 and lows of minus 12, and rain showers at 5 in London, highs of 14 and lows of 5. And around things out in New York, it's 5 degrees and mostly cloudy still Sunday night. Coming into Monday, we'll see highs of 14 and lows of 5.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM.
All right, traffic hour out of it, more or less. A little bit of traffic here and there. The bypasses are still looking pretty good. It's looking a lot better now on Rilo Dingo. We're heading out towards Ngong Road. Still a little bit of traffic here and there. In and outbound traffic continues on Jogo Road. Thika Superhighway did really well today. Just a little bit of it getting now past Muthaiga Square to the city. And then coming out of Westlands, Ring Road Westlands looking much better now, as well as Chiromo. Keep an eye on things through the morning. Talk to us on Spice FM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
spice up your life.
Business news on SpiceFM. I'm Dennis Aseto. Central Bank of Kenya official reserves have fallen to their lowest in 8 months since mid-June 2021. New data from the Reserve Bank shows the largely dollar-denominated stock of foreign currencies fell to 902 billion shillings as of March 31st. The current stock of reserves is representative of 4.66 months of import cover for Kenya and brings the reserves closer to the lower limit set by both the EAC convergence criteria and the CBK. The Kenya Bureau of Standards has reviewed the standards of major construction materials in the bid to ensure the country builds formidable homes and commercial units. The move, which comes after the return of the Kenya Homes Expo, which ceased operation after the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak in 2020, will see major construction materials such as cement and steel products in the country upgraded. According to a statement issued by KEB's Managing Director Bernard Njiraine, the Bureau outlined some of the products which will see the upgrade. The government has been challenged to deal firmly with cartels in the energy sector, causing artificial shortage of oil so as to have petrol prices increased. Ugenya Member of Parliament David Ochieng said it was high time that Parliament, the Directorate of Criminal Investigations and the Competition Authority of Kenya took up the matter and saved Kenyans from the current fuel crisis. Speaking in Ugenya, Ochieng, who presided over the distribution of maize seeds to his constituents, said the country had enough stock of fuel, but cartels had colluded to cause artificial shortage. The Kenya Breweries Limited has launched a cutting-edge direct-to-consumer digital marketplace to meet customers' demand for quick, easy and convenient shopping. KBL's TheBar.com matches the global Diageo online platform The Bar following a successful test in the Kenyan market following COVID-19. The upgraded platform connects online consumers to KBL's products from mainstream distributors, supermarkets, stockists and key retailers, making it the first of a kind of its scale in Kenya. For Spice Business, I'm Dennis Aseto.
Business news, keeping you up to date on all your money matters.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
All right, 25 minutes to 10. The conversation continues with the Honorable George Alladwa, who's the MP for Makadara constituency and also the Nairobi ODM chairman. We're talking about peaceful campaigns as we head towards August 9th. We see a lot of violence, Mheshimiwa, especially as we get closer and closer to the election. And this happens. You have got the experience. You've told us. You've been elected 9 times.
Yes, in Nairobi.
As a councillor, as member of parliament.
And as a mayor.
As mayor. Yes? You see, the mayor, I say, is because you've been elected by a select group of your fellow councillors.
Yes.
Now, you've been elected all this time by the people.
Yes.
So you have good experience in how to run campaigns in Nairobi.
Correct.
You've also seen the kind of incidences of violence that erupt, not just in Nairobi, but across the country. And you're asking, how normally is this organized? Is it spontaneous violence where groups clash when they meet? Or is it organized violence where somebody has actually sponsored people to come and disrupt a meeting?
You see, when we I saw this when we were having our last tour. Every candidate comes with
their supporters.
And they are contesting one seat. We have 3, 4, 5 candidates. Then everybody wants to talk, shine the other. Now that's the time when you can see something is happening, something has been done. So when you sponsor people and you're a politician, you're asking for votes and you give people money to go and heckle your opponent, then you're not doing good politics. Good politics is selling your agenda, what you want to do for the people. You can be 10, you can be 11, you can be 5, but just be open and tell the people, this is my agenda, and leave leave your competitor also to talk. And when you talk and your people heckle and you cannot tell your people to calm down, it's very wrong. So what I'm asking every politician to conduct himself in a manner that you're asking for votes. These Kenyans are not fools nowadays. People wamechanuka. Watu wamechanuka. Mtaa wamechanuka kwa hizi estates, wamechanuka kwa hizi counties. Watu macho yao iko juu. Watakuchagua watu ambao wanaleta maendeleo kwa wananchi, sio watu wana cause vita kwa wananchi. So I'm calling upon the politicians to conduct themselves in a good manner.
You've said you have never, and you've sworn here that you have never sponsored people to go and heckle somebody else's meeting.
Yes.
You've never even paid money, to buy voters.
Yes.
Have you been a victim of the same?
No. People know me.
Has anybody ever sponsored people to come and disrupt your
I've
meeting?
not seen. Like my last meeting, I went with Ndolo. I go with the Honorable Ndolo to churches. We ask for votes. I ask for votes. Because we have the day for that nomination. People will decide. And when I sponsor people to heckle Ndolo, to heckle the other opponent, why? I ask myself, why? Because if they want to reject you, they'll reject you. If they want to elect you or elect you, they'll elect you or elect you. So it's good to talk to your people and tell them your agenda.
Okay.
So when you go to with the opponent, you want to heckle your opponent in front of in front of the supporters, it's not good.
We've been told here by other members of parliament that one of the reasons why campaigns have become very expensive is because you've got to dish out money.
Every weekend.
That thing of organizing logistics is money. Bringing people together is money. And then when you go to a meeting, we hear, kila mtu hapa, lunch. Now, you say you don't do that. Are you saying that your campaigns have been relatively cheaper
I was
than
in my
others?
rural home. I saw it, what we're saying.
Lunch.
In rural, in my rural home. Even me, I was shocked. Because in Nairobi, we don't do those kind of politics.
So what's the difference? Is it the expectation of the people?
I think so. Because kuna njaa kwa ground. So people think that when you come, you have a lot of money and you want to be elected. So they hold you at ransom. Give us money, we elect you. Give us money, we hear you. So you will just give in and give the money. They hold people at ransom at some time. We saw what happened to Pasaris.
Where do you think this started? Where do you think people have formed the perception in their minds that when politicians come to them to speak about what their intentions are, that they can get something from them? Or who started it?
In Kenya, you see, Kenya politics, when I started my politics as a councillor, I saw it. People asking for money from me. When I was starting my campaign, that's way back 1992, when I was elected as a councillor. And I was telling them, I'm a mtaa guy. I don't have any job. How do I give you money? Just elect me so that I can do good things for you. Then I talked to them and I campaigned vigorously. And I was elected as a councillor. So it depends how you treat your people, how you talk to your people.
The next time you went back to them in 97,
yes,
and you were seeking re-election,
yes,
you could not go and say, mimi ni mtu wa mtaa. I mean,
I went and say, mimi ni mtu wa mtaa.
Umekuwa City Hall,
No, I went and I told them I'm mtu wa mtaa. You see, I'm saying there is a difference between giving money and development. And you see, people in mtaa, they don't believe in money. They believe in development. Because we are in the city. And people, things are growing up. So when you go and give people money, then they elect you. Then after that, where will you go? You'll have to go to get other money to fill the gap.
For the development.
Yes. And you also steal the money from CDF, from the World Development Fund. Because you gave money, now you're broke. You're being elected as a broke MP, as a broke councillor or MCA. So that's stealing from the kit.
If you compare, when you look at the campaigns that are conducted in Nairobi, like you said, there's a difference between Nairobi and upcountry.
Yes.
Campaigning in Nairobi and campaigning in, say, Western Kenya, which one is more expensive to an aspirant?
Western Kenya.
Why?
Because you see, people traverse a lot. You see, like in my constituency, I have only 4 wards, just very close to one another. Like Makongeni, Kaloleni is Botela, Maringo, Maringo is Jericho, Jericho is Viwandani. Just traverse in a small way. But when you go to, like me, I come from Sabatia and Viga, you traverse, the constituency is very big. You go to funerals, people want money. You go to Harambes, people want money. You go to a meeting,
you go to church,
development, you go to church, they line up for money. And you see, after 1 week, you're not there.
Yeah.
Like me in my constituency, I'm there daily. You see, they're different. Because this one travels on weekend.
Yeah.
He goes to Western, then Monday he comes back,
he has to be back
to
for
attend parliament. Then 1 week he's not there. Things are happening on the ground. They need money. So you can imagine.
But what created that culture of people wanting money?
I don't understand. Because for me, I've not done that. I can tell you completely.
You talk to
I
fellow
know
members
you
of
cannot.
parliament. I mean, 30 years 30 years as an elected leader, you must have a clue.
No, for me, you see, I cannot come here and cheat people that there is people are giving money to support or to do this. For me, I plan for myself. I talk to my people. I tell them this is the way forward.
Yeah.
You can see you can have your campaigners on the ground. Logistics, small logistics like fare, traveling here and there. That's not giving money to like handouts. It's just logistics. For you to campaign for me, you need to go here. You need to have your credit on your phone. You see, that's a logistics. The one I do.
Okay. I still want to go back to that. In fact, we had a question here from Ben, and it's just along the lines of what I wanted to say. He says that Mheshimiwa said you cannot go and campaign in your opponent's stronghold, right? Does it mean that it could be a strategy that ODM is using to stop their opponents from going to campaign in their own strongholds?
No, I didn't say that. I said everybody's free to go anywhere in this country to campaign.
But the perception is that you cannot go to your opponent's stronghold because right now you might be treated with some kind of hostility. Or is that the situation on the ground?
Of course, yes. Because you see, like let's say, for example, Nyanza is an ODM zone, Rift Valley is a UDA zone. So you cannot expect to go and sell ODM in Rift Valley. But it's good to go and sell your candidature because it's good they listen to you, even if they don't vote for you.
How do you think folks are going to get over that? That it doesn't matter who comes into your territory, it doesn't matter who comes to you to campaign, that folks will be accepting of the individual, at least hear what they have to say. What do you think needs to happen for this perception to change?
This perception has to change because when we say we want Kenyans to come together, we are appealing to Kenyans to come together, to work together, to do everything together. This is a general election. General election is done only one day. And after that, we go back to our businesses. So what I'm saying and what I'm appealing to the people who are contesting for various seats, let somebody go and ask for his votes and sell his agenda. That one will help our campaigns, will help our politics, and people will understand. And the perception will be good for us.
Indeed.
You know, the issue of violence and sponsoring youth is not new.
Yes.
And we've been in this for a long time. Yes. We have seen also in Nairobi, there's an issue of, youth and gangs.
Yes.
You don't come into this zone. This zone, you've got to understand the youth that control the zone.
Correct.
Makadara, I'm sure you have various youth groups that claim to control the zones. Why do politicians use this youth to fund violence? Like in your area, in Maringo, in Botella, you'll find they're
there.
They're there.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good question. What I can say from my side, or that when this youth comes to these campaigns, they demand a lot. And you can see, you have said we have youth, we have gangs. Gangs have been there. And when this campaign period, they use these campaign periods to hold politicians as ransom. Give us money, or we
don't.
Yes, don't come to this base. You cannot come here. And that's why I'm saying we need to have police on board. Because when you going for campaign, you need to give your schedule to the police so that you can have security, even for yourself.
It has been said that politicians create or support these gangs. So people know, hii ni jeshi ya Alladwa. Right? Now, you like it, even if they're not demanding money from you throughout, but you like it for people to know, you come to Motella, there are people
This is my place.
Yeah.
But you can see, when you have those gangs and people will know that you have gangs in any campaign or any meeting or any estate, they know this is a gang of Alladwa. And they're threatening people, they're killing people in Mta, they're abusing people in Mta. People cannot give you votes. They'll associate you with the gangs. You see, that's another perception people will have against you. And it's very wrong. When they see that this Jeshi Alladwa, this Jeshi so-and-so, and they're fighting over, they're abusing people, they're intimidating people. And this is a campaign period when we need to talk to people to give you votes.
So the gangs are dangerous?
They're dangerous. Of course, they're dangerous.
What have you done in the last 30 years to dismantle gangs in Nairobi?
We have these self-help groups. We have created so many self-help groups through the government the CBOs. And we are giving them funds. We have Weso funds, we have youth fund, we get money to boost their activities. We have loans up from one bob to $1 million to 5 million. So it's upon them to organize themselves, and they bring their proposals, then we work on them.
Are there cases where you can tell us, as George Alladwa,
Yes.
there used to be a gang called This and the Other,
Yes.
and I helped dismantle that gang
Yes.
by empowering the youth. Can you give us like one or two cases?
For me, it's not about gangs in my area. It's about youths coming together. They're behaving like gangs, but they're not gangs. Because when you talk to them, they tell you, this is our problem. If we get this, we can do this. Then you hear them. Then you sit down, go and give them money to go and register for their group, open the account so that they can get money. Because when you give them money daily, how will you condemn them?
So I'm asking for an example of one group, for example.
I don't have a group. We have been having some youths coming together, around 5, 10, 15, holding people as ransom. Then you call them. Because these are people, you know them. They know you as a leader. You call them, you have a meeting with them, tell them, this is what I'm hearing from people, against you people. What's not happening? Then they tell you, they come open. Then you come with a proposal, you give them, then you set them going on the ground. Then they have a project. We have this car wash, we have this, they have a lot of things they're doing there. So you have to help them.
Like what? Like car wash?
Car wash, we have car wash, driving. They go for driving. You buy them motorbikes for their businesses, border. You can buy them too. You can join the 3, 1, 4, 1, and then they start there.
You see, the thing is, we see all these things happening with every candidate.
Yes.
So the local MCA will have a project similar to that one.
Correct.
The MP will have a project similar to that.
Yes.
The woman rep with what's it called, the fund? Nga.
Ngaf.
The Ngaf fund will have the similar kind of projects. Senator without a fund will also try and mobilize something. And then the governor will also do similar projects. But none of them sounds long term.
That's a very, very good question. And when we have this public participation, and that's why we have this public participation, when we have this public participation, what I do, I call the MCS. We team up together so that we can do one thing that will give us credit. So when you give this to this group, I do this to other group. So it's about public participation, coming together and asking the community, what do you want? We have youths here, we have Wamama here. What do you do? Then from there you can get something to do for them.
Okay. As a seasoned leader in Nairobi, do you think Nairobi as a county is viable?
Yes, it's viable. Nairobi as a county is viable.
How would you sell that? Because there are those who sit back and ask themselves, we have seen the NMS coming in, and NMS has delivered more than we have seen 2 governors deliver in 2 terms. Why do we need to go back to have a governor in office?
You see, when people were electing the governor of Nairobi, they thought that it solved the problems we are having. When I was the mayor, we were getting 4.5 per ward for our development. Nowadays, we see the ward fund is 20 million annually for every MCA. So when you say this NMS thing came when we had so many battles at City Hall. And when you go to City Hall as a governor or as a leader, and you don't have that focus, you'll fail. Total fail. And that's why NMS came in through the president order that they come in for this period so that they can work for Nairobi. Because you see, Sonko failed as the governor, and you saw what happened. So he was removed through the impeachment.
So the question is, do you need to have another governor if clearly this service is doing the work and it's working well across sector?
If NMS is
working,
why disband it?
Why disband it?
We can continue with that because when I was the mayor, I saw it in Uganda, Kampala. We have an executive officer like NMS. The DG, we have a DG in Kampala City Council, and he's doing a lot of work for the people of Kampala. So we can still maintain NMS, but not as that entity. We can change the entity.
Change it to what?
To something else, because you see when you say NMS and
what would it be changing to?
You can change.
So even if we change a name, But you still have the same. It's a national government.
Well, they have done a good
organ.
work in Nairobi. The people are feeling what they have done. Mr. Badi, the DG, and his team. You can see the roads. You can see the hospitals. You can see the water. They have done a lot of good job. And for me, I support them fully. And I say, Congole.
So you don't feel that Nairobi needs a governor then?
We need a governor because the term of NMS is over. We need a governor, somebody who is elected.
But there's the old saying that if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Yes.
So here you have something that's working because it has come from something that wasn't.
Yes.
You've now put in something that is working and working well. Why would you want to go back to the thing that was not working before?
No. We need to have a governor, my sister. We had this one when I was a councillor. We had Shigoli. Shigoli was a brigadier. When Nairobi was very dirty, he was appointed to clean up the city. It has been done by Uhuru through Badi. Badi's time is coming to an end. Let him go.
And take us back to where we were before things were not working.
It depends on who will be the governor now.
Okay.
You see, that's a Sharia. It's a constitutional thing.
So
you cannot brush it off.
It's a quality of the person who's elected as
Yes,
governor.
individually.
Okay.
Yes.
What should people be looking out for?
People who can, the person who can bring change, a good person who can listen to people. I was the mayor. It's good to listen to the people, what they want. And you can see you have the funds which are given by the National Treasury. And when you have a huge amount of money given by you can do a good development in the city. You just plan. And you have a good team on the ground. Yes. When you have a good team on the ground, you can do good job and people will be happy.
What about the quality of the member of county assembly?
The MCS?
Yes.
What about them?
What about the quality of MCA that we end up electing?
You see, when people have given their nomination papers to be elected as MCS, as MPs, that's where you can now choose because we have the nomination for all the parties. We have the candidates there. The people you have the sitting MCS, sitting MPs, sitting senators. And now people are coming to unseat them. So when the people come and sit them, you can choose from the people who are contesting. You can have 5-10 MCS and they're contesting on different parties, but you can choose the person who can give you development. I need people who can give people development. It's not about yourself.
Do you think the people of Nairobi have, in the last two county governments, do you think the people of Nairobi have elected the best MCAs and the best governor?
Not all of them. Not all of them. But there is MCAs who have done a lot of works in our several wards. You can go and see. But there is other MCAs who have done nothing. Even the MPs, even the governors.
What do you think is leading to this poor quality of selection?
Individually, because when you choose somebody individually and he cannot deliver, then why do you elect a person like that? You need to see them when they present themselves to you. Because now people are presenting themselves to and for their nomination papers. And you know them. The people who are contesting, everybody knows them from the ward level, from the constituency level. We have the candidates from UDA, ODM, Jubilee, you know them. So you can judge from the people you are the contesting.
The quality.
Yes, the quality. And you can see this can bring development. And that's why we say, bring your agendas. Bring your agendas. Tell us your agendas. Even the presidential candidates, they bring the agendas to the people so that you can see who will be the president who you can elect the president of the Republic of Kenya.
I'll ask you now a similar question. Of the 17 members of the National Assembly elected in Nairobi, do you think the people of Nairobi have made good choices in the last 2 terms?
Of course, I cannot say yes or no. But you see, this depends. I was elected in Makadara.
Yeah. So say for yourself.
Okay. No,
apart from the others.
I don't know the others because I don't go to their constituencies. You see, and they're in Nairobi. And,
you're the ODM chairman in Nairobi.
I'm the ODM chairman, but about performance, you see the performance, my brother, it depends on somebody himself. Like me, I'm in Makadara. The people of Makadara will judge. If I've done good development, they'll elect me. If not, I'll go home.
As ODM boss in Nairobi, and there are several MPs, would you say that, well, we got it right? in 2017.
We've been doing a good job. The way you've seen the NMS has done a good job.
Like me in ODM, I've seen Tim Wanyonyi. The Westlands has done a lot of good job. Anton Olwach of Madare has done a good job. Imran has built so many schools. Imran of Kibra. Babu Owino has done a lot of good job in Embakasi East. And TJ Dagoretti North Simba has done a lot of good job because he's going for
TJ
Kajwang in Roraka. Those are my members of ODM, where I'm the chair. I always visit them. And I always visit them. They invite me, I go there.
Judge Alladwa,
Yes.
thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming to the Situation Room, and thank you for having this conversation with us. As we conclude, hey, let's talk about, people getting access to water. There are people who, in some parts of this country, water is a big issue.
Major issue.
Yeah. Water means that they don't go to school. Water means that they don't do anything else.
Water means that they're at risk, lack of water rather means that they're at risk of, several health problems, many health issues for young children, older people as well. And then with that, knowing that Colgate is saying today, can we make the situation a little bit easier for folks? For every, toothpaste Colgate that you buy at Naivas supermarkets, some of that money goes towards sinking wells in areas so that people can have access to clean water on a daily, changing lives.
Indeed. We'll be talking about some of these areas and the impact that this has had, because Colgate has been doing this and they're saying, let's work together. Let's continue supporting these communities. We thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation today. Join us again tomorrow. Have a lovely day. It's 10 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is News. I'm Dennis Aseto. Kenya's ambassador to Qatar, Patrick Ahenda, is dead. Its family says the former Kasipul Kabondo member of parliament succumbed to heat stroke and passed away while receiving treatment at a hospital in Doha. Ahenda is said to have died after spending the weekend in the intensive care unit. He served as Kasipul Kabondo MP between 2005 and 2007 on a Liberal Democratic Party ticket. Our thoughts and prayers to the family and friends. Speaker of the National Assembly, Justin Muturi, now wants the government to crack down on any oil industry players suspected of sabotage to cause a fuel crisis. Muturi termed it disturbing to see motorists queuing for fuel, yet the government and the Kenya Pipeline Company